Hi, good morning to all. Here, it seems to be working at last on YouTube for those who are online. I think we've got 6 people remotely, some latecomers who are joining us here in the lecture theatre. So first of all, thank you very much for making it on a Saturday morning at 8. I understood it's a wee bit earlier than what you're used to doing usually. So today we have 6 hours together. On your timetable, you might have seen that we have a class from 6 to 1 and then 2 to 3:30. For, let's say, pedagogical and convenience reasons, I suggest doing like past years where it was 6 hours in a row from 8 to 2, and when you want to take a break individually, go to the bathroom or whatsoever, you can. But then this means we do continually, and then there is no wasted hour where we lose track of where we were, and it's also convenient because it's a shorter day as well. So I suggest then we go as far as 2, and if at some stage you want us to take a 5-minute break or something individually, just do not even mention it. You can leave and return whenever you want. It's not a big deal. So for today, we will speak of this Grand Oral de Management, this end of studies oral examination, something quite new to you, I suppose, quite unusual, I suppose. And this is what I will show you. What we will discuss today is things you will find in the form of a summary on the YouTube channel. If you want then to get back to things we've done together today, you can go back to the YouTube channel and replay some of the videos I posted. And by the way, I saw that not many of you have subscribed just yet, although it should be quite a bit of a help here. So, in the very first place, an introduction to this examination. It's a sort of a brief 7 minutes video I created. So what's the point? For panels, so you see what panel members should know about this oral examination. That's the first thing. So you will know what panel members should know about this. Can you see? No, you can't see anything just yet. Here, give me a second. Right, sorry, it's a bit slow. It's 8 o'clock for the computer too. Sorry, excuse me. Right, let's try it this way.
To be awarded the canonical management degree, competent students.
So, hang on, excuse me, I just do not really understand what's happening now. Okay, try again, it should work. Here should be fine. For those who are online, just to at least listen to what is being said.
Students.
Okay, now it is. Here we go. It will be 7 minutes something. This is a video. Panel members, so conveners and panel members, should have viewed. So it was sent to them early this week, so at least you know what they know.
In order to be awarded the Olympic management degree, Comdeco students have to take from 2020 on an end of studies oral examination, significantly differing from what could have been known with the ONT. This change for this year is more than just a change in line and format. It is a change in philosophy, a change in assessment, perfectly aligned with the reform of this Programme Comdeco curriculum and perfectly aligned with the inside principles guiding students' curriculum. This oral exam rests upon the treatment of one general pluridisciplinary exam question. Students will be assigned randomly 2 questions from a 200 questions database. Those 200 questions were devised together with the 4 DFR heads. That is, they were involved in the articulating of questions, in the revising of questions, in the reviewing of questions. Ultimately, the 4 DFRs are equally represented so that there are exactly the same amount of questions for each of them. Each question is articulated in a similar way, that is, in a way enabling students to answer yes or no. Each question is of general and managerial interest and is bound to call on several disciplines. That is, none of the exam questions is technical or is highly specialized, so that any student could answer any question. The exam timing is as follows. On the exam day, students go to the informatics room where they are assigned 2 exam questions. One of each relates to one DFR and the other to a different one, between which they have to choose one. Then they move to the preparation room, which is a supervised room with no resources, no material, no IT, just themselves. After 30 minutes preparation, students transition to the exam room where they will proceed. There, they have about 5 minutes to get ready, to be set up, and to introduce themselves before the panel. Those 5 minutes are not counted as part of the exam per se, so students are not assessed on this basis. The exam really starts when they present their answer to the exam question for 10 minutes. That is, they have to be concise, to go straight to the point, to evolve certain solutions. Those 10 minutes are followed by a 10-minute Q&A session, where the panel can question students either on what they said in their presentation, or on their curriculum, or on their aspirations for the future. After this, the panel will retire and deliberate for 10 minutes. With this new format, it appears that students spend 25 minutes with the panel and that the panel devotes 35 minutes to each student. This allows to have up to 6 students for each morning and each afternoon, with 2 novelties as compared to 4. The first novelty is that we have 10 minutes between two students so that the pace is not as intense as it was before. It is possible to catch up if there is any unexpected circumstance. It is possible to take a breath also. The second novelty lies in that there is a break, a 20 minutes break, halfway through in the morning and halfway through in the afternoon, so that it is more respirable, more bearable than a panel. As we have a new exam, we have new expectations and new assessment criteria. Those new assessment criteria are especially with the first two blocks, argumentation quality on one hand and reflexivity on the other. Here with argumentation quality, we are expecting students to understand the question they're asked and students actually answering this question, taking on a position, a clear position, and defending it. For this, we expect them to be reflexive. That is, we are expecting them to be capable of building on everything they have experienced through their curriculum at school, out with school, in order to feed their argument. That is, we expect them to also be capable of determining the reach of their position, how far their position is tenable, how strong, how disputable their position is. And we expect them to be capable of projecting themselves out with Jen. So what's next? Then, the other two blocks on interaction quality and oral speech quality remain relatively unchanged and are quite traditional. As there is no computer facility, as there are no resources during preparation, we are not expecting any visual material. We're not expecting any PPT or whatsoever. So this block was removed from the assessment grid we have known in the past.
So with this, you know exactly the same as what panel members know for now. So those are the general guidelines your conveners and jury members will have had before you take the exam. So is this clear so far? What they know? It's quite general at this stage, so bear in mind they will then have their own appreciation of what you do, etc. This said, you probably noticed that this exam is different from previous years. As mentioned here, you probably did not really understand how the previous exam looked before, but in the past, so just in a nutshell, so you understand where you're coming from and what panel members are used to doing. In the past, so of course last year, we had a transition where students received a randomly assigned exam question for which they had 6 weeks to prepare. And they prepared a presentation with a PPT, with resources, with a lot of things, and then we're presenting. Last year, for 20 minutes, followed by a 10-minute Q&A session with panel members, and then the panel was deliberating for 5 minutes. But this was for last year. Previously, students had a randomly assigned exam question, 6 weeks to prepare, but they had 40 minutes to present. So, 30 minutes to present, then 20 minutes Q&As with a panel, and then 10 minutes deliberation. So last year, we shortened it a wee bit, trying to change not just the format but also the philosophy. But as with any change, it could hardly be radical, so it had to be incremental. So that last year we were already planning on having today's format, whereby we want to see how you react when confronted with an unexpected situation, being unnotified before of the thing on which you have to talk. So you receive your 2 exam questions, randomly assigned from this database. Then you have to choose one of them and address it. 30 minutes to prepare a speech that will last 13 minutes, and then on the basis of which there will be interactions with the panel. So for today, and this is also the purpose of the YouTube channel, I'm aiming at helping you seeing or building your own persuasion strategy. How can we organize ourselves when we have 30 minutes to prepare a topic which we do not necessarily know, for which we're not exactly prepared? So how can we use that time? Then how can we organize those 10 minutes when we speak? 10 minutes, it's very brief, especially when you have no notes and when you have no PowerPoint to support your clients. How can we do that? Next, this also raises another question, which is how can we simulate a preparation for this? How can we get ready for that exam? What are the requirements? And those are all the questions we'll try to address this morning. And by the end of the day, we will try to view together some sample questions. Sample questions that refer for each to one department. So you would see the type of questions that could be asked and how we could try to address them. And then you can, and then I will have something explaining you how you can get prepared. And then when you get prepared and simulate things, you can view more or less how to. Now, before we really engage in this, I'd like you to have a look at this assessment grid, which was briefly discussed and exposed to the panel. And so I'm projecting it before your eyes. Here we are. No, sorry. I have it on my screen, but you don't. One second. Now, it should be fine. Can you read, or is it too small? So I just need an answer. We can read, or no, we can't. Can you read it, or is it too small for you? You can read it? Okay. So for now, I let you go through it, and then any question you have on this assessment grid, I'll discuss it and try to answer. And after this, so it will take all the time which is necessary for this, but after this, I will give you tips and hints to get prepared. But in the first place, I really want you to be perfectly clear, or as clear as possible, with the way you will be assessed and the basis on which you will be assessed. So go through it, and then any questions, feel free to ask them. So no questions so far? Everything is really clear to everybody? Yes, please.
him or herself out with Gem. That's
Okay.
R3. What does it mean exactly?
Okay, the student is capable of projecting themselves out with Gem. Good point. So here, this means that you're capable of envisaging what is coming next. Okay, you've studied at Gem, you will be granted the degree, but so what? That's the point. So what are you intending to do? How do you think what you've done at Gem can help you in your upcoming job, or in your first job at least? So Gem is not an end per se. This degree is not an end per se. It is the first step towards something else, and we're interested in knowing what this something else could be. That is, when you engage in the Q&A session with the panel, if they ask you questions about your future, you must be capable of answering something. So this means you must have reflected on what it is you want to do after Gem. The panel is strongly encouraged to ask you questions about the future as well, not just about what you discussed in your presentation. And here it is not just an examination whereby we try to assess what you've learned, what you are capable of presenting, but also want to assess the fact that you are, let's say, work ready, or at least conscious of what it is you want to do and how your curriculum can have helped you in this. Does this answer your question? And to be very honest with you, as this block is new to the school for the first session, the April session, we have no guarantee that panel members will necessarily ask this type of question, but this can occur. In the past, we would discourage panel members from asking this question about the future, but some were very tempted to ask these questions. So now that they are encouraged to do so, we hope they will. And if they do, we should expect that you would not be surprised and that you should be capable of discussing about this. Does this answer your question? Yes, please. Okay, so the student should be capable of identifying, or is capable of identifying, the strengths and weaknesses of his or her approach and argument. And the question is, should this be explicit, and how explicit should this be? Is this your question? Right. I will not answer directly, and you will see why. The answer would be, it will be explicit in a certain way, but it will be explicit in how you structure your argument. And when I speak of the structure, the structure of the argument and of your presentation, you will see that there is one section or subsection which directly addresses this.
Like with the decimal, you have to have yes and then half.
So it is exactly. So is it in the typical structure, yes, but, or no, unless? Yes, it will be there, at least explicitly in your presentation. Yes. So what is my answer to the question? Rather yes or rather no? It will never be a definite yes or a definite no. If it is definite, there is no possible discussion with you. If it is rather yes, moderately yes or moderately no, then we can see more or less where we stand and where we can discuss. And where we can discuss is on the but, yes, but, or the unless, no, unless. So in the but or in the unless part of your presentation, you're showing, let's say, how far your position is tenable and how far or from when your position can start being disputed, where a discussion is possible. And I'll get back to this more in detail sooner or later today. And therefore, I cannot answer more now. Otherwise, I would speak for quite long. But for now, is it partly answering your question? Yeah. Are there questions? No? So if no, I'll then take each item one by one and comment on them. So in the first block, argumentation quality, here, what is important is that we should see how capable of convincing an audience you are. So you must be quite persuasive. This means you must develop a good rhetoric whereby we do not necessarily need to agree with you, but at least we might think, oh, this point is worth of interest. What this student is saying is worth of interest, is worth of discussion. I do not necessarily agree, but I'm happy to engage in a conversation with this student on this. So this is the purpose of this section, argumentation quality. And here, the first item, I1, the student understood the question and answered it. Off topic is discriminatory. That is, you asked a question, we expect you to answer this question. So it might sound trivial and tautological, nearly tautological, but in the past, we noticed that there were quite a few students who did not answer the question. They answered something else. For those who are online, I'm sorry, I have no idea how to project the slides, but at least you can refer to the video on the YouTube channel with the assessment grid. And then you can reconnect to the assessment grid for now. For the next slides, I took the same slide as on the other short videos. So for the topic addressed, at least you will be able to refer to this. I'm sorry, I have no idea otherwise how I can share screen and make those slides visible. So sorry about this for now. It's just a comment I received online on the chat. So, I1, you understood the exam question. This means when you prepare during the 30 minutes, you must spend a fair amount of time working on the definition of the key terms, the key words, just to make sure you understand what you're talking about, and we then understand the same things as you. That's crucial. And then you eventually answer this question, which means as you have questions that are all asked in the form so that you can answer yes or no, we expect an answer, which is rather yes or rather no. No cost and benefits, no SWOT, no advantages and disadvantages. This is not the question asked. Clear enough? And bear in mind, it does not matter if we disagree with you. If we disagree with you, then we can start talking. If we fully agree with you, there is no possible discussion other than saying, oh, you're right. Okay, so what? This is the point with I1. I2, the students shows the grounding of the question they're teaching from GEM, mainly core courses, and to a much lesser extent, specialisms. That is, those exam questions, when they were articulated, were based supposedly on everything you should have seen at school from day one. That is, mostly core courses. To a lesser extent, specialisms. So when you answer the question, it is not just a matter of answering in general as you would do in a pub or at a dinner party with friends, but something which is grounded in some academic thinking and what you might have done and seen at school. This means that we do not expect you to have any argument grounded in technical disputes or technical details. There will be no topic which is a technical topic. Even topics or exam questions that seem to be finance-oriented are, let's say, loose finance, or finance accessible to someone who studied corporate governance in year 3. Clear enough? We will not expect you to detail how to compute an NPV. We do not care about this. We will not expect you to detail the profile of a certain type of consumer and give all their characteristics. We will not expect you to detail every single organizational type from Mintzberg's typology. This is not the point. We assume you know all those things and can reuse them adequately in your argument, so that you can refer to those things wisely, appropriately. Full stop. Does this make sense or not? Okay. Next, I3, the student is capable of developing a transversal and pluridisciplinary approach to the question and of highlighting its social implications. This means that the exam questions you will be asked are grounded in contemporary debates, but are not questions that just relate to one discipline or one particular course or something. Those questions might have a ground in one type of discipline, but in fact refer to several, so that you have to think not in terms of, oh, what did I study in finance, what did I study in marketing or something, but given everything I've seen at school and everything I've understood, what does this question mean? That's what is important. We're not expecting you to develop an argument which is a full finance argument if your exam question seems to be a finance question. We do not expect you to develop a full marketing argument if the question seems to be a marketing question. And those exam questions are nearly all of them, probably 99% of the questions, are grounded also in social and political discussions or disputes, so that when you answer it, you must think not just of your courses, not just of the company, but try to see beyond how this question can be important for, let's say, societal matters. And you will see that some questions are especially grounded in those broader debates. Some others are much less, but even if they're less, if it is less explicit, try to think how this could be the case. Either you can put it within your argument, within your presentation, and it's fine, or you cannot, because it would be artificial, but at least think of the fact that there might be questions during the Q&A session on this. And then you might need to have some things to share with the panel on those social, societal, and political matters. I4, the student is capable of taking a position on the question and of articulating propositions, not just general and commonplace claims. This means that we are expecting you to really answer rather yes or rather no. And like I said earlier, not cost and benefits, advantages, disadvantages, SWOT, or whatsoever. But also, we expect you to develop an argument which is always substantiated. And I will develop this later, when I speak of what makes a good argument and what makes a good example. What is important, I'm already trespassing a wee bit on this, what is important is that there should be examples. You cannot, and this happened in the past, have a sort of a theoretical example. For instance, let's imagine that one person who would be like this, who would be like that, blah, blah, blah. No, we do not care about this. We want something concrete, something we can know, something in which we can recognize ourselves, something that rings the bell. So a real life case as an example. And this is what we really want to see here. Regarding propositions, here again, I'm slightly trespassing on something I'll develop later. In the structure I recommend for your presentation, there is a subsection 2b, which is on propositions. So we know that our position is not totally tenable, that it's not without its limits, that it is criticable, and we are also suggesting ways of making this position more acceptable than it currently is, given its weaknesses. This is what we have as propositions. We wanted to be capable of also articulating such ways of overcoming possible limits. And this is part of argument quality, but also to some extent reflexivity. Next, A5, the student substantiates his or her claims with concrete examples and does not limit him or herself to abstract and generic claims. This is an extension or a repeat of what I've just said about example quality. We need real-life examples. We do not need many, you will see later, but we need real examples, no theoretical examples. For instance, avoid things such as, let's imagine the typical investor who would be 50 years old, who would have a fortune amounting 5 million euros and blah, blah, blah. No, this is a theoretical example. It's not a real life example. You want to speak of an investor? Okay, so let's consider George Soros or let's consider Warren Buffett. They're doing this, blah, blah, blah. Then it's a real life example. A6, the student shows critical thinking and good knowledge of organization life. Critical thinking. I know it's a big word. We do not really know what it means exactly. Here, what it means is that we want to make sure that you have a broad knowledge and understanding of organization life, business life. That is, we want to make sure you have a good understanding, a fair knowledge of theories in management studies. So things you will have seen during your courses, things you will have seen when preparing for your grand mémoire, and also things that you will have read in newspapers, etc. We want to see that you are up to date with contemporary debates, discussions on what's happening in business. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to read newspapers regularly. Ideally, if you can have your press review each day, where you spend an hour browsing various newspapers just to see what is coming up, and this on a daily basis. This would be ideal, so that you would have many examples in mind, many cases of organizations in mind, so that when you answer your exam question, you can take an example that rings the bell. Oh yes, that's the example of the time. This is what the type of thing we're expecting. So this means we do not want you just to repeat what you've learned. There are some examples that you might need to avoid. Kodak, Polaroid, Post-it, and those examples you saw in your various strategy courses. We need to see more contemporarily what you've come across, which has marked you and which contributes to feeding your argument. So ideally, you press review each day. Ideally. Of course, you're unlikely to do a press review each day, but at least read part of a newspaper each day. We, academics, staff members here, usually what we do is that in the morning, first thing we do when we wake up, when we are having a coffee or tea, is that we read the papers. So we spend about an hour reading the papers. We do not read every article in every newspaper, but we select 3, 4, 5 newspapers and we browse them. We see the cover page, the headings, and the articles that are of particular interest to us. So even if we've not read everything, we know what is the problem of the time and have a broad view of what is important today. So ideally read one each day. A different one each day would be great if you cannot have your press review done daily. If you do not do this, then you will be dry when it comes to having examples, arguments to feed your point. This is what here we would call critical thinking. Does this make sense to everybody? Yes, no, I have no reaction. Yep, okay, thank you. Then, second block, reflexivity. The student is capable of identifying the strengths and weaknesses of his or her approach and argument. I've answered this question, so I'm not commenting on it again, unless you think it was not clear enough. So if it's fine, I move on. The student grounds his or her argument in his or her various experiences, including internship, association activities, and other things, as well as the courses you attended at school and elsewhere. This means that here we want to see how concerned you are by this problem confronting you. That is, this exam question might not necessarily be of direct interest to you today, but someday could be. And we want you to show that through your various experiences, you might have been confronted with this question in a way or another, or that personally you have a special interest in this question and you show this to us. So do not hesitate to mention an internship you had or something you did which helps you answer this question or which enables you to develop your own argument on this particular question. The more involved you are in what you say, the more convincing you're bound to be. If you are distant and give the impression it's just a scholarly exercise, it is just a student essay or whatever, it will not be convincing. It will be really a burden for the panel. They will not adhere, they will not really get into it, but if you show that, oh, I'm concerned in a way or another, then we think, oh, okay, this point, even if I disagree, is worth of interest. Whilst having a very distanced, let's say, neutral point, generic, with which we could agree, would be not very interesting for us. We'd think, okay, so what? I've already known this in a long time. What's new? What's the point? So you must, as much as possible, see how you can build upon everything you've gone through, everything you've done so far, at school and out with school. How this can help you feed your argument. R3. The student is capable of projecting him or herself out with Jim. I answered this question, so I will not get back to it unless you want some extra comments. Third block, interaction quality. Here, we want to make sure that you are listening to people, that this exchange, Q&A, is a conversation and not just an interrogation, not like a police questioning, if you see what I mean. You want to make sure you can really engage in a conversation with the panel around what you've said or with what you've said as an excuse for a discussion amongst professionals and with you being a professional to be. So, there are two items here. Q1, the student actually and accurately answers questions. That is, neither wordy answers nor single word answers. In the past, we can see that students very often, when they're asked questions and are not too certain about the answer or when they're not clear, tend to speak a lot to say nothing, thinking that they will sort of distract the panel. In so doing, you're missing the point. We're not easy to manipulate. So we prefer having an answer which is, I'm sorry, I did not answer the question, what do you mean? Or I'm not sure, or I cannot answer this question like this, so that we can move on to another question where we can really give a real answer, which is one sentence or something, or I mean, perhaps a wee bit more than one sentence, but an answer that is part of a conversation. Likewise, when you have questions calling for an answer, yes or no, do you think this could be the case in that context, blah, 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 avoid saying yes or avoid saying no, or it depends. If you say yes, we want to know why you think yes. So here again, we want to make sure that there is a real conversation. You ask a question, you give an answer that enables the panel then to build upon this answer to continue the conversation. If you kill the conversation, it is your fault, not the panel's. Remember what we saw in dissertation preparation when I mentioned those conversation killers. If you remember this, bear in mind that in this situation, you are the one who could kill the conversation or not. If you kill the conversation, then it's not a good sign. So you're here to facilitate this conversation when panel members are asking you questions. That's the point of Q1. Q2, the student is capable of engaging in a critical discussion with the panel and of calling his or her own approach into question. Here, this means that the panel might disagree with you. It's not a problem. We're here to discuss with you. You're not wagering your life on this position you are taking. So we would be probably a wee bit upset if your position were a definite yes or a definite no with no possibility for a discussion. If you show that you're discarding any arguments, any question asked by the panel, it will not be a critical discussion. There will be no possible discussion. No, I think you're wrong. I strongly disagree and I stick to my position. Not really acceptable for a conversation. It kills the conversation. But if you try to understand why your panel member suggests this or that, If you ask for some add-ons, extra arguments, but how could you explain this? Or what do you mean when you say this? Blah blah blah. Just to really see how you can engage. Then it is appreciated. This is what we call the critical thinking here, or critical discussion. So be open to this conversation. You're not assessed on the basis of what you say exactly. We do not expect anything to be right or wrong. We expect you to develop a position and then engage in a conversation on this basis. Right? Again, if you kill the conversation, it is not good for you. And it is, of course, your fault. Then, last block, oral speech quality. Here, we want to see how empathetic with the panel you can be and how easy it is for you speaking before an audience. Here, the 4 items are quite traditional. You would find them nearly anywhere else. I mean, in any other school when there is an oral presentation or something. The first one, speech is rich. That is, when you talk, everything you say is pertinent or is useful. No need to have long sentences with too many words or big words that we do not really understand. Imagine something like, we are optimizing our processes for greater performance and engagement. If you say something like this, I have no idea what you mean. Big words, useful, useless, not useful at all. So avoid speaking sort of a jargon nobody would understand. Avoid trying to lose your audience by complicated words or whatsoever. So your speech must be efficient and understandable, especially since you do not have any PowerPoint to help you. You have no visual aid. The panel is like blind. So you must be clear and catchy. T2, expression is confident and firm. If you are hesitating, if you look really shy, it will be boring. 10 minutes like this is a torture. Especially, no, really, not for you, for the panel. 10 minutes of someone speaking with a monotonous tone or voice, or being so shy that we cannot hear very well, or not speaking clearly enough is a real torture. 10 minutes are the longest 10 minutes in your life. And no, really. And it's only 10 minutes. So be very clear with this. You must be as confident as possible with what you're saying. You must look convinced to be convincing. If you seem to be hesitant, I'm not sure of what I'm saying, but I'm saying it because I have to, then we will not really consider it very worth. But if you say the same thing without expressing the fact that you're hesitant, then it's not a problem. Then we start listening. When I say expression is confident and firm, it means that you must, by your speech, engage with the panel. You're not just presenting something and then it's done. My 10 minutes are over. Done? No. You're presenting so as to engage in a conversation. You must attract the interest, catch the interest and the willingness of your panel so that they then have questions or comments on what you've said. If your expression is monotonous, they will not listen. They will stop listening. And then it will be very difficult to engage in conversation with you. Does this make sense? Yes or no? I know that you're not all used to speaking in public. That for some of you, it might be the first time you are exposed to such an oral presentation where you're assessed not just on the basis of the contents, but on the basis also of how things are said. So, there are a few tips to help you be more confident. If you know you're likely to stress, what I could recommend is that you should put your hands on the table like this. So, and this can work whether you are standing or sitting, right? So you put your two hands on the table. Your feet stable on the ground. So if you're seated, you have the feet, both feet on the ground. And then you really hold onto the table with your hands on the floor with your feet, and you will see that your stress will be absorbed there, and nobody will see if you're stressed or if your voice is trembling or something. Also, do not hesitate to emphasize some words so as to show that one thing here is especially important or is especially remarkable when you talk. Does this make sense? So I know it is a wee bit abstract for now, but it is important that you bear in mind you are fostering a conversation. You're not just presenting something for the sake of presenting, you're presenting something that enables a conversation. Then D3, body language is confident and determined. It is quite similar. And when I spoke of putting your hands on the table, your feet on the ground, it is about this. So here, there's nothing worse than seeing a student like this, not really engaging physically with the panel, not engaging in an eye contact with the panel, just being in a corner talking and waiting until it finishes. No, we want to see you're present. We want to see you're there. It is your time, and you must make us want to listen to you and to look at you when you're talking. And bear in mind, 10 minutes can be very long for the audience if it is boring. But if you interact with your audience, if you look at them, so if there is an eye contact, if you also show that you're there, then those 10 minutes can go pretty fast. And then they can also associate some of what you're saying with some gestures or body language features. Like, oh, the student said this, and then remember she or he winked at me at the same time. You know, those things. It's very important. D4, time frame is on it. You've got 10 minutes, and this means that it's pretty short when you talk. So speaking efficiently in 10 minutes is one of the hardest things ever. So if you cannot complete your presentation within this 10 minutes time frame, there will be no extra time. Right? If you cannot complete, we will miss your point. So you will not be assessed on the basis of how good what you said was, but on the basis of how persuasive the whole thing was. So if after 8 minutes, I say, now that I'm done with my introduction, I start with my first section. I've got 2 minutes left. Then there's a problem. You be sure that you cannot pass. If we find that the panel tells you, oh, you've got 2 minutes left, and then you start accelerating. So speak very, very fast to make sure you can say everything in that's 2 minutes, then we cannot understand a word. Imagine 2 minutes like this. Unbearable, right? Whence the importance that you should simulate such exercises with others as much as you can, just to make sure you see how you can talk in 10 minutes. Right? And you will see when you have to talk in 10 minutes without accelerating, without having no gaps, no silent moments, you will see that it requires a bit of an effort at the beginning, and it forces you to be very clear with what you want to say, with what you want us to retain, and then you must go straight to the point. No time, no room for circumvolutions. Clear enough? At least with this assessment grid. Yes or no? Yeah? Okay. Then I suggest we move on to the presentation, back to the PPT and the course structure. Let's consider this was a long introduction. Now, the course for this morning will be organized around 4 themes that refer, at least for most of them, to the videos you have online. I took exactly the same PPTs as on the videos, so that there should be no problem in terms of where you could find it. First, exam question context. That is, how the exam question was devised. So I mentioned this early on with the first video I showed you, but I will get back to it briefly. Then, how can you choose your examination question? You've got 2 questions. With 2 questions, a very limited time to make a choice. How can you do that? The second part will be on oral presentation contents. And I will mainly speak of presentation structure and the organization of your 10 minutes. So that when you then get prepared by yourself and simulate oral presentations, you can see more or less where you have to make an effort. Third, tips and hints to be persuasive, with how we can construct an argument, what is a good example, how can you speak of oneself, etc. And lastly, how you could get prepared for this oral presentation by yourselves, after this class. And depending on the time we've got left, then we'll try to discuss together some sample questions. I took 4 of them that are not exam questions from the database, but that could have been, right? So, exam question context. How exam questions are devised. As you know, there is a 200 questions database with 50 questions belonging to the marketing department, 50 questions belonging to the organization, so people, organizations and society department, 50 questions belonging to the management, technology and strategy departments, and 50 questions belonging to the law, accounting and finance department. But questions that were devised in such a way that there is a minor that could belong to any other department. So there is a sort of a threshold to the question, but the question is not a hard finance question, it's not a hard law question. Right? Clear enough? So, each exam question is grounded in nowadays managerial, economic, political, and social hot topics. How were they devised? Technically, I devised those questions, then I submitted all of them to the head of departments, and they either approved, amended questions, removed some, or added some. What I did is as follows. I did in several concurrent ways. On one hand, I read the news, so seeing in newspapers what hot topics were, I could devise, based on articles I could read, some questions that were especially important now and for which you would have things coming from the news, from recent news. Some questions are strongly and directly inspired by the heading of a newspaper article across which I've come. Some other questions were grounded more in what I could find in practitioners' journals. And practitioners, or something at the intersection of practitioners and academic journals, such as Harvard Business Review, for instance, such as McKinsey Quarterly, etc. Seeing in their publications, in their reports, in their newsletters, the themes that were important, that are important nowadays. Some questions that are asked are exactly, no, this door is locked. So you can go from downstairs or from the top. So some questions are just the heading of one of those papers. Some questions just rephrase the heading of a paper published in those journals of interest to practitioners. What I also did was, on LinkedIn, browsing various professional groups, engaging with professional groups, discussing some questions that are pertinent nowadays. Clear enough? So the questions that are asked are all grounded in contemporary discussions. I will not tell you too much about varied questions, but for instance, there are quite a few questions on influences. Influences, yeah, which is something important nowadays. 10 years ago or 5 years ago, this question did not exist. But nowadays, it is important. So there are some exam questions involving influences. Clear enough? Next, those exam questions are generalist and pluridisciplinary. That is, each exam question is feasible by anybody. Even a student in marketing could answer a question that looks like a law or a finance question, and vice versa. Because none of those questions is a technical question. Because none of those questions is a hardly grounded question in one particular discipline. For instance, and it's not a question that was explicitly asked now, but for instance, we could have had something like, is Warren Buffett a role model for investors? Is Jack Welch a role model for entrepreneurs? Well, you perhaps do not know who Warren Buffett is, you perhaps do not know who Jack Welch is. You perhaps don't know, but if you really read the news relatively regularly, then you hear of them, so you should know. But no, you do not have those questions, so you can be relieved. I'm just giving you examples of such questions. Or, is Bill Gates a role model for philanthropists? You do not need to be especially good at IT. You do not need to be especially good at entrepreneurship to answer this question, to discuss this question. Clear enough? Yes or no? So, as you see, those questions are as broad as possible so that anyone could answer them. Provided, like I said, you are relatively up to date with what's happening in the news, with the main events, the main people and companies we know nowadays, beyond the GAFA, beyond Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft, beyond those 5 ones. And then all questions are phrased in a similar way so that you can answer yes or no. There are no questions such as, to what extent, blah, blah, blah. What is the impact of this on that? You do not have such questions. You have questions such as, are, blah, 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 or should, or could, or would, so that you can really answer yes or no. Whichever the question is. Clear enough so far, again? Yep, okay. Hang on, excuse me, just back here. Then how to choose your exam question. If you remember, when you go to the computer room, you are assigned your questions, then you're transitioning to the preparation room. So you've got about 5 minutes to transition to the preparation room where you have 30 minutes to work. And then how to choose your exam question when you receive 2 of them. Outside, there's something very, very subjective. You must be inspired as much as possible by the question. That is, you should think of 3 things. In the first place, on the if you hesitate or if you're not sure, do I have a position on the question? So the question calls for an answer, yes or no. Spontaneously, what could I say on this question? What could my spontaneous answer be, yes or no? Or do I have no real idea? If there is a question where you're clearer with your answer, be it yes or no, whilst the other question is perhaps more attractive, but you're not clear with what you would say, I would probably recommend going for the first question, for the one where you might have something to say. Next, do I follow news and updates on this question, enabling me to answer? Do I have any material in hand enabling me to feed an argument on this question? If the answer is yes, then I recommend going for this question. If the answer is no, I would recommend going for the other question. If the answer is undetermined for both questions, then go for the one where you think you're more likely to have things to say. And lastly, could I engage in a 10-minute conversation on the question? And this is something that should help you choose either of those 2 questions, one or the other. Of course, some could say, yes, but what if I'm inspired by none of the 2 questions? I'm not saying that those questions will be necessarily directly inspiring, but at least you need to think for each of them, which one is the one where you might have the most to say, where you're the most comfortable. And bear in mind, you will receive 2 questions that supposedly belong to different departments. So that themes, there will be one theme at least, which is not too far from areas where you might have something to say. And remember, those questions are not technical questions, right? So by being well-informed citizens, by being well-educated students, by being work-ready graduates to be, you should be capable of answering any of them and have material on any of those questions. That's the important thing. Imagine you are on a managerial role soon, let's say in 6 months' time, or 6 months' time, in June, July. You might be asked at some stage to represent your team before a committee or whatsoever, and where you have just to prepare a note instantly saying, oh, I had someone, so such and such was supposed to give a talk on this during that meeting. He's unwell. Can you please replace? Okay, you've got 30 minutes. The meeting is in 30 minutes time. Can you please prepare a speech? That's the point. So you must then be capable of reacting. And this is more or less what we're expecting here. You to be confronted with the unexpected. And we want you to cope with this unexpected as much as possible. Clear enough? As to how those questions were devised and how you can try to select one, or do you have any questions? If you have questions, of course, I take them along. And same for those who are online. If there are any questions, I take them along. Nothing, everything seems to be clear, yeah? In which case, I move on. Now, oral presentation contents. What should fall within this presentation? And I'll start with presentation structure. And after I've given you the big picture of this presentation structure, I will go more in depth with, in particular, introduction and conclusion. How can we introduce our presentation and how should we conclude? So I will finish contents on this and how then, as a synthesis, as a summary, how then to organize your 10 minutes. So, presentation structure. As you can see on the YouTube videos, you have a structure which revolves around the point you want to make. Your answer to the question will be a rather yes or rather no. That's the starting point, right? So your question calls for an answer which is yes or no, so your answer will be rather yes or rather no. So that the core of your presentation will be on yes but or no unless. Anything else would be peripheral. So here I'm insisting on one thing so as to avoid big mistakes and misunderstandings. We do not expect you to prepare a long introduction where you would go in depth in the definition of everything. We do not expect you to have a first part bringing definitions. We expect you to develop your argument on the main part of this oral presentation. About 10 minutes, we want you to spend about 8 minutes on the core of what you want to say. So yes, but, or no, unless. So this means that you start with a brief and concise introduction. This brief and concise introduction should first, should have a hook, and I will get back to it later, but catch the interest of the panel so that they know why this question is of interest or how it relates to contemporary discussions or how it is grounded in the news. We need to know in the introduction what you're about to address and what you're speaking about. So in the introduction, we need a brief definition of the key constructs. And I'll get back to this later with more time. Then we want to know what your position is. So what your answer to this question is. We need to know this from the introduction so that we know how we must listen to you. Then you must provide us with the end of the story at the outset so that we know what to expect and then we can listen to you knowing what will come. And ideally, it's very hard, but I recommend that you get prepared soon. Just your attention, please, at least for those few seconds. Ideally, envisage your position, so your answer to this question, as a tweet, which means a 140 sign sentence with a hook, with an idea, and with the relevant hashtags, expressing your idea. So for those of you who are not used to it, I recommend that you should create a Twitter account and try. It's not necessarily easy, but at least try. You're constrained by the length of what Twitter allows. In the past, it was 140 signs. Now it is 280. 280, it's a bit long. But try just to express your idea, what you want us to retain in one brief sentence, which is catchy and which is compressed of the relevant hashtags. Those keywords we must have in mind in relation to the point you're making. So in your preparation, try this. Yes, please?
But you don't want us to say the word hashtag, right? We just put the keywords in there.
Yeah, no. We do, well, the question is here. You do not want us to explicitly say my hashtags are. No, exactly. Of course not. Here it is really to help you think of how to express your ideas in a concise way. That's the important thing. And in a way which is convincing, that is in a way that builds on those keywords that are central to the point you want to make and to the question you're asked at the outset. So, of course, when you speak, you cannot even express the hashtag sign. But when you prepare, you can think, oh, this is a keyword, and you can emphasize it, in your sentence. So does this answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. And then, yes, please.
Sorry, I forgot the first point, but I didn't understand very well. Also,
I will get back to it because I was very brief on this, and later on I will more specifically go into the introduction, so with more detail. That was just the big picture. Then presentation structure. But presentation structure, please avoid saying, in my first section, I will discuss this. In my second section, I will discuss that. Bear in mind that here you are trying to sell a position and ideally organize your structure, and when you announce it, as a sentence saying, although we could agree, although we could claim blah, 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 it appears that blah, blah, blah. Yes, but, or no, unless. So that we understand how the argument will be balanced. We must, with this introduction, have the clearest possible overview and understanding of what you are going to say afterwards. So even when you announce the structure of your presentation, you must be very explicit as to what you want us to retain. That's the important thing. What the takeaways should be. And then the argument in itself. I strongly recommend the following structure. I'm not obliged to follow it, but I guarantee it works in more than 99% of the situations. Given the exam questions you have, this structure is supposedly applicable. But you must practice it so as to be a bit used to it. Yes, so two sections that will be equally balanced, so roughly 4 minutes each. Yes, but, or no, unless. The first section is the section where you emphasize the core of your position. In the second section, you emphasize where we can discuss what you think is subject to discussion in your position. If you have a structure which is first yes, second double yes, or first no and second double no, there is no possible discussion. And we do not understand why you needed to repeat the same thing twice. And you cannot be convincing. But if you say, here is what I think, and what I think is a good starting point, next is where I think we can discuss on the basis of what I've said before. Where there could be a debate, where there could be disagreements, that's here. Now let's talk. That's the point. Does this make sense or not? So that's the general idea. Then for the first section, yes or no, the core of my position. 2 subsections, again, equally balanced. The first one is the place where you express the philosophical or historical grounds for your current position. That is, in the first subsection, you show that your position, which we know already because you've announced it in your tweets, right? In the introduction, here you're expressing the fact that your position does not come out of the blue, that your position has grounds somewhere. Either some thinkers have thought about it and devised a position with which I agree, or this position of mine is grounded in an historical trend, so it's just an extension of something we've seen in the past, then we see that this position can be solid, can be strong. It comes from somewhere. And then, second subsection, 1b, why my position is still valid today. In the first subsection, I explain where it comes from and why it should be considered. Interesting. Now, why do I think today it is still strong? Why do I agree with this today? Clear enough? So at least with the principle. Yes? Next, second section, but or unless. Yes, but, no, unless. In the first place, you acknowledge that your position, even if you believe in it, is not perfect. My position, no, will not apply universally. No, my point here can apply to those types of organizations, to that type of context only as it stands. So I cannot claim that it's applicable everywhere. So you're not saying why it is bad. No, you're saying how far it can reach and where it finds its limits. Does this make sense? So just imagine. The idea is, when you see, in some films, the cinema, or in some comics, you might have seen at times, people advertising a miraculous medication that heals everything. It treats you against the flu. Great. It heals cancer. Great. Does it heal hair fall? Yes, it does. Does it heal a sore foot? Yes, it does. Do you believe in this? Would you believe in a medication that would treat everything and anything? Probably not. So here I would say, my medication works for headaches, at times muscular pain, but not always, and is probably not recommended for that type of people, for children under the age of 15, for instance. But within those boundaries, it works. So here you're showing the boundaries of your argument's application and reach. Section 2.1, 2a, sorry. Does this make sense or not? And to some extent, this is equivalent to showing the weaknesses of your position. So you show, by showing how far it is tenable, where it finds its limits, where its boundaries are, you're showing how strong it is or where it starts being weaker. Does this make sense or not? And I can't remember your name, but does this answer the question you were asking early on? Yep, okay, good. And 2B, now that we have acknowledged those boundaries or those limits to our position, we should also articulate some solutions to overcome those limits. Okay, my medication, I'm still taking this metaphor. My medication does not apply everywhere, it does not heal everything. Yeah, okay. But if it is complemented with that particular medication, it can have a stronger effect. Or if complemented with that other medication, then it can also be helpful in case you have a big toothache, which was not the purpose at the beginning. At the beginning, it was just helping with headaches and some muscular pain, but not too much. But if you combine this with this, then you can also treat more. Or if you take my medication in that particular way, let's say with your breakfast, with a meal, and preferably with that type of food, then the effect will be quicker or stronger. If you mix it with alcohol, so my sleeping medication, if you mix it with alcohol, guarantee you will sleep 12 hours. Just here you show how those limits can be taken into consideration and possibly extended, not necessarily totally overcome, but extended. And this is where, with the assessment grid, we bridge the idea of articulating propositions and not remaining general and generic. Does this make sense here? So, when you do this, you are clearly explaining that you have a position which has ground somewhere, which does not come out of the blue, and in which you still believe today, first part, a position which is not perfect, which is not universal, but can be still important or interesting because we can improve some things in it or make it as tenable as possible in spite of those limits. And then you have turned the full circle with your argument. Then you have addressed nearly everything that needs to be addressed, and now we can engage in conversation with you. End of your presentation, still with the structure. End of your presentation is a conclusion, a brief conclusion. In a nutshell, the conclusion is what the takeaways should be. The conclusion is not a summary of everything you said. No need to summarize. You speak for 10 minutes only. If you're capable of maintaining your audience alert for 10 minutes, provided your point is clear enough, then no need to summarize what you said. But what is important is that in the conclusion, you should insist of what you want your audience to remember. And here, this takes me back to the point I was raising before with your tweet. Here, supposedly, you re-articulate your tweet, which is your position. And then, in one brief sentence, you can explain whether, so to whom and why you think this tweet is interesting. And I'll get back to this when I discuss conclusion. Is the general idea, the big picture clear to everybody so far? Yes?
What's the difference between your position in the tweet and then again your position?
So it's no difference. So the question is, what is the difference between your position in one tweet and your position? No difference. It's the same. So it's the same. And I'll get back to this when I speak of the conclusion. Why we have to express a tweet ideally twice in the conclusion. So, but there's no difference. It is exactly the same thing. It should be the same thing. If you express the same idea using different words, then your audience may be lost at some stage. So it should be identical.
We should re-express our position twice.
You will see why. So wait a bit, because I will discuss this more in depth soon. Then, next point. Now that you have the big picture, a few things regarding how you prepare this structure, how you feed it. What is important is that each heading should bear an idea. Each heading should ideally be a tweet in itself, which means a catchy sentence, so a brief sentence, 140 signs, brief, catchy, with a hook and with the main hashtags. Avoid having something which would say, section 1, my position today. So my position. I1, the grounds for my position. I2, why my position applies. Avoid this because we have no idea what you want to say. So here, 1, what is my position? My position is blah, blah, blah. 1A, so what the grounds are for this position. You can say, a position developed in, so coming from a long tradition of managerial thought inherited from such and such. Okay, then we see clearly where it's coming from. Why my position is valid today. One more tweet. Next, second section, avoid a heading which would say disadvantages of my position, because it's not the point, or counterbalancing my position, it's not the point either. Here, what is important is that we should know the contents of this but, or the contents of this unless. Again, ideally, a tweet. And the same then for 2A and 2B. We need to know the idea you want to express. Is this clear? So, what I would like you to have in mind with this is that you must at all times take your audience by the hand. Remember, there are no visuals that could help them see where you are in your presentation. Remember, there is nothing they can view to be distracted. And so you must really be clear with them with what you want to say and where we're at in the argument. So be straightforward, go always straight to the point. You only have 10 minutes in total. Therefore, I mentioned early on, if you do not have a Twitter account, try to create one and try to tweet on things you might see on the news. So your opinion or your view of this. It does not matter if you do not have followers for now, but at least it can help you get started with how can I make my point across just in a catchy sentence. You will see it's not easy. It's not easy. Very often, you start with buts or becauses. This because, but, for instance, and then we miss the point. It's not easy, it's difficult, but then try to do this and you will see it will be very helpful for this particular exercise, and it will be very helpful for afterwards. When you are after school, on the workplace, you will not have much time for circumvolutions. You will not have much time for buts, becauses, for instances, etc. You will be required to be straightforward and to go directly to the point. Is this clear to everybody so far? Yes, no? Yeah? Now, how to introduce your presentation. And this would be in 1 minute. 1 minute is very brief. So remember, 10 minutes for the whole presentation, which means 8 minutes for the core, so the main two sections, yes, but, or no, unless. And this leaves 2 minutes for introduction and conclusion, so 1 minute each. How to introduce your presentation in 1 minute. You must go straight to the point, like I said. So first of all, you must find a hook. The hook would be a direct grounding in let's say, in recent events, in something we might have seen on the news recently, and that enables you to get into the topic. That is, avoid long digressions, avoid general and generic claims. If you've got, let's say, if you've got a topic on privacy, you can speak of, so as a hook, of court cases in which Facebook has been involved recently for breaching users' privacy. So which means that it's important today. So Facebook, with its billions of users, being involved in such a scandal reveals that there's a problem, that privacy matters. But avoid speaking of privacy in general and generic terms. If you've got an exam question on, let's say, on international operations or something, avoid speaking of globalization in general terms. In recent years, globalization has been a big problem, blah, blah, blah. No, we don't care. We want something that is really catchy. If you've got something on internationalization, you can have either something on, which would be Huawei, so a Chinese semiconductor company. So Huawei is trying to expand internationally by supplying its produce to telecom companies, but is blocked in many countries. It's starting from the US and this morning, France. So I read it this morning in the newspaper. So just to say, I'm building on what I said, right? So how to do. So this company wants to expand internationally, but cannot really, which is a threshold to my topic, to the exam question, which is blah, blah, blah. We need something which is directly connected to the question. When I was at school, I had a literature teacher who was saying, if you have nothing to say, it's best shutting up. If you shut up, you will not say anything stupid. So, if you do not have a hook, do not force yourself finding one. If you do not have a hook, you directly start with the exam question. So, what is the exam question? I have to answer. Then, briefly, remember, you've got 1 minute only. You will define the key terms of this exam question so that at least we know what we're speaking about. I mean, what is important is that you should define the terms, the key terms, in relation to the question, so to the other terms you have, and not in general. Imagine, so this is unlikely to happen, but imagine you've got a topic, so an exam question on innovation. let's say, I can't remember how. So imagine you've got something like, can innovation be outsourced without any risk for the company? If you've got such an exam question, and you should not have such an exam question, we do not need to know that innovation can be a process, a product, a managerial innovation. We do not need to know that an innovation can be incremental, radical, disruptive, blah, blah, blah. Irrelevant here for the purpose of this question, right? Here, should innovation or could innovation be outsourced without damaging, so without a risk for the company? Here, obviously means the activity of innovating. So the department involved in innovation, probably R&D. Does this make sense? So when you define your key terms here, you define them so we know what you're speaking about in relation to this particular question. So no need to define terms in general and in a way which is disconnected from the exam question. You will not have time for this. Bear in mind, it's a way of making sure we know what we're speaking about. If you have an exam question, I do not think you will. As far as I remember, there is no such question. But if you have a question dealing with performance, can we measure the performance of research and development? Obviously, you will have to be clear with research and development. So it is their activities, so their outputs and performance. You will not need to engage in a broad discussion of where performance is coming from, blah, blah, blah. But here performance would be obviously or probably reduced to the outcomes and the outputs, achievements, right? Can we measure the achievements of a research and development department? This is more or less what we need to know. So you will need to then clarify those key constructs just to make sure we understand the same things as you when you use those terms. And this is something you have to do concisely in the introduction. Is this clear to everybody? And I'm checking online if... Oops. So clear enough for everybody here? Yeah? So I've got no reaction, so I cannot invent. Yeah? All right. Next. Once you've defined the terms, you articulate your position in one tweet, like I said earlier. So far, so good. No big surprise, I suppose. Right? Yeah? So your tweet, very concisely. So it would be, given all this, blah, 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 my position or my answer to this question will be blah, blah, blah. And here is how I will develop my answer, blah, blah, blah. All this in 1 minute. No room, no time for circumvolutions. Clear enough? Okay, next. How to conclude in 1 minute. 1 minute, again, is very short. So, again, you have to be straightforward and go straight to the point. And remember, we are dealing with no materials, with no PowerPoint, with no visuals. So we must insist on the takeaways and on the basis on which we want to engage in a conversation. So, the first thing, what is my point in one tweet? What do I want you to retain from this story? So here it is your position. So the tweet you articulated in the introduction, that you re-articulate here. What I want you to retain from this is blah. Next, so you're early for lunch. So next, this point, is it original? Is it surprising? Is it predictable? And why? Just in one sentence, no need to give too much detail, but the idea is that you develop a position, and we want to know if this position is a sort of a mainstream position. So my position is not especially original. It is the position that we usually find in those professional circles, blah, blah, blah. Or my position is not exactly mainstream. It's quite a minority position, generally articulated by that type of people. That's fine, provided you are clear again with what we should retain from this position and how you view it yourself. It's fine. But if you try to convince us that your position, which in fact is probably a minority position, is the mainstream position, we would probably not really agree, or we will not really be convinced. So do not try to claim that your position is something different from what it is. That's very important. And this in one sentence. Next, in one sentence, again, to what practitioners can my point be appealing? So what I've said here, to whom could it be of interest? And why? Again, one sentence. Bear in mind, those questions that are asked are currently important questions in professional circles, in professional discussions, in newspapers, in practitioners' journals, in professional groups, etc. So try to think who could be interested in your point. And lastly, just to make sure your point permeates your audience, you re-articulate your tweet one more time. Now, to really conclude, what I want you to remember, what I think is central, is my tweet. Is this clear enough? Now, just on this minute, articulating your tweet should be about 15 seconds, right? So twice, so it's 30 seconds. Is my point original, blah, blah, blah? Should be brief, 15 seconds too, one brief sentence. To whom can this point be appealing? 15 seconds, so it should be brief too. Clear enough? And lastly on this, on the structure of your 10 minutes, how can I organize my 10 minutes? So this is just a summary of what I've just discussed. So you will just see time-wise. Introduction, 1 minute. Each section, 1 and 2, yes, no, but on this, 4 minutes each. Then 2 minutes for each subsection, which means 2A, the grounds for my position, 2B, what makes my position still valid today, 2A, the limits or the boundaries of my position, 2 minutes, 2B, solutions to make my position applicable as widely as possible, 2 minutes too, then conclusion, 1 minute. I would just like to go briefly backwards to the introduction so as to show you how we could organize this 1 minute. So it's 1 minute, remember. So your hook must be a real hook. It must be very quick to take you to the topic. So the hook plus the topic should be about 15 seconds. If it is longer than this, this means it is not directly connected. And if you're longer than this, you might be light or short with time for the remainder of your presentation. So the hook and the exam question, 15 seconds. Your tweets and structure announcements should be about 15 seconds. So together, both combined. Which means you would have about 30 seconds to give the main definitions, working definitions for the keywords of this exam question. Clear enough? Yes, no? Okay, so you really have to be highly disciplined when you prepare this during your 30 minutes, just to make sure you're not short with time. And for now, some tips and hints to be persuasive. Here, what is important is that you should be clear with the fact that it's all about rhetorics. What matters is not just how valid my point is, but how audible my point is. You can be right with the contents, but if the way you present things is unclear or unappealing, then your point will be considered invalid. So it's a whole, form and contents. So, first thing, how shall I defend the position? How can I do that? So, first of all, two things to have in mind, and thirdly, some hints to operationalize it. Argumentation is not a mathematical demonstration. That is, here, we do not recommend approaches saying, I'm saying X, then Y, then Z, therefore my conclusion. Here, the problem is that the logical chain could be too long, with two big problems for you. The first problem is that if the chain is too long, we might be lost with what it is you want to say at the end of the day. The second problem is that you only have 10 minutes in total, 2 minutes for each subsection. So, the problem is that with such an approach, if you're too short with time, you will miss your point. You will not be able to express your point, as your point, what is important, is in the conclusion. Instead of this, what I strongly recommend, and this is quite aligned with the idea of having tweets, is that you should start from your conclusion. My claim is the bringing of evidence of something. My argument is that the evidence I bring of the fact that my claim is valid. So you must start with those claims. My tweet is blah, 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 because. So my claim is this, because of that. With, let's say, 2 or 3 big merits. The first merit is that at the outset, we know what it is you want to say. If for some reason we are distracted, stop listening, or cannot hear everything you say, at least we know what it is you want to say. Second big merit is that the logical chain is short enough. You know where to stop. It is this because of that. Maybe a deeper reason is needed, but at least you know where to stop in the chain. Generally, one reason is enough. Next, so third merit, if you do not have time to go to the end of your presentation, imagine your convener says, oh, you've got 2 minutes left. And you were just starting with your 2B. And he says, oh, you've got 2 minutes left. At least your 2B, you can say, oh, okay, in my 2B, here is my claim. Very briefly. So you've got 1 minute instead of 2, right? So 2 minutes to finish your presentation. This means 1 minute for the conclusion. And this means that you would have 1 minute for your 2B instead of 2. Clear? And then if you start with your client, then you can stop very soon afterwards, and at least you said what you had to say, and your panel will have heard it. Does this make sense here? So, very important, you start from the client, from the conclusion. And this is something I often do, and I think I did it with you when we spoke of this end of studies dissertation. I can't remember, did I do the geopolitics course or not yet on Russia? Not yet. But you will see that I start with the end of the story. When I will speak of Russia's geopolitics, I will give you at the beginning what I want you to retain, what I think is important, and then the whole course will be a development of those things. But if you did not understand everything, or if at some stage you were lost or distracted or something, you will have had the takeovers from the beginning. And this is exactly what is important here. You start with what you want people to retain. So it's just a reverse logic to what you might have done in the past couple of years, where the conclusion was always on hold. Okay, so what? And here's the conclusion. No, you start from this, and then you justify why it matters, why your point is important, why you think it is valid. This takes you to some hints and tips to organize a convincing argument. Here, in each subsection should be organized nearly in the same way. That is, first, my claim. So let's say my tweet. The point I want to make across here in this subsection, 1i, 1b, 2i, 2b, is this, right? Next, you start with your claim. Next, I need to argue this claim, to substantiate it with a theoretical or a logical argument. That's very important. An argument, it's how you would convince someone and explain how things work and why you think it works this way. And lastly, very important, a concrete empirical example to illustrate your point. I insist here heavily on the fact that each subsection should have one idea per subsection, one subsection per idea. The one claim only. Each claim must be argued logically, theoretically. Each claim and argument must be substantiated with one concrete empirical example, one only. And this for one reason mainly, and then we can have other reasons that are, let's say, additional, but the main reason is that to be convincing, you must have something that flows logically. You must have something in which the panel, the audience, can recognize themselves. You cannot have a claim and just an argument with no example. It's not worth. No example means I'm not capable of showing you any situation where my point is valid. Likewise, a claim with just an example and no argument is not valid either, because we do not know why your point should work. It is very important that you have this triptych: claim, argument, example. And on top of this, not systematically, but on top of this, if you can bring some feature from your personal experience, it will reinforce your point, saying, here's my claim, blah, blah, blah. The argument is that it works this way, blah, 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 defined by such and such. And we can see this in company, blah, blah, blah. and myself, oh, I've experienced this on the workplace in that particular situation, so I confirm that yes, it works. If you can bring in addition something from your experience, this will reinforce the point, show that you're directly affected, directly involved in it, and it will be even more persuasive. I really insist for each subsection, one claim, one argument, one example, possibly one feature coming from personal experience. Here, as you can see, you've got 2 minutes for each subsection, right? So in 2 minutes, one claim. In 1 minute, so in 2 minutes, one claim plus one argument plus one example. So everything must be straightforward, straight to the point, no room for circumvolutions. When you develop your example, and I'll get back to this very shortly, you must be clear that your example is really adapted, really suitable to the situation. You do not need to explain everything about this example. We should just, by its elicitation, see what you mean. And I'll show you very soon. So in 2 minutes, roughly speaking, this means that your claim should be expressed more or less in 15 seconds, which leaves you with 1 minute 45 for the argument and for the example. About a minute to 1 minute 30 for the argument, 15 to 30 seconds for the example, and or personal experience. Right? But this means also that by following this structure, as you start with your position, so you know what you want to say, it will be quite simple. It's 4 claims, 4 arguments, 4 examples. No need for more. Clear enough? So here it is in terms of how we can feed those 10 minutes or make the best use of those 10 minutes. This said, some of you could say, yes, but at times there might be several arguments that are equally important, or several examples that could be equally important, and is it worth showing all of them or several of them, irrespective of the fact that it would hardly fit within 2 minutes? I would say that if you find several, you will have to choose the one which you think is the most convincing, the one which you think best supports your point. And I'll give you an example now. So I'm applying to myself what I'm telling you, right? Here is the argument. So my claim was 1 each, then I explained why, and now I'm showing you an example. The example I'm showing you is, I'm sorry for Chinese students if I'm wrong with dates, but it was with a Chinese emperor, perhaps in the 10th or 11th century, and this is where I'm not too sure. China was defeated by the Japanese army, and it was a battle that should never have been a defeat for China. And the emperor called all his generals and asked them, how come we lost this unlosable battle? And the general-in-chief said, well, there are 10 reasons why we lost the battle. The first reason is that we did not have gunpowder. The second reason is that it was raining. The third reason was, and the emperor said, no, stop it. If we had no gunpowder, it's enough. I understand why we lost this battle. Yes, but it was raining. I don't care. It's perhaps one reason, but the reason which I think is the one for which we lost is that we did not have gunpowder. It's the sign for you. If you see several possible reasons, several possible examples, take the one you think is the most likely to convince. you'll have to be selective. Bear in mind, you are here to show in 10 minutes that your point is valid and is worth of interest, is worth of engaging in a conversation. Clear enough so far? Yes, no? Okay, next. What makes a good example? I think this is a question you might ask yourselves, or how can we choose a good example? A good example is an example which is pertinent. That is, an example which is especially suitable to the situation. An example which is especially illustrative of the point you're trying to make. That is, first, your example must be a real-life example. It must. You cannot take a fictitious or theoretical example. I know that very often we have students who consider, let's say, an example as something you would have in a textbook. Well, just imagine a person who would buy this, blah, 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 behave this way. No, that's not what we need to know. We need to know more precisely and concretely. For true. How is it for true? Not in a textbook. Second, your example, must be illustrative. That is, your example must be an illustration of the point you are trying to make. And this relatively directly, without you developing too much to make this connection. Let's try with a few examples precisely. If you have, if you have something on vintage or neo-retro, vintage consumption or neo-retro products, you can make a claim. So neo-retro with aligning tradition with modernity and well-established brands, blah, 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 and refer to a certain set of values, something like this, so argument. Example, we must be straightforward. I see 3 possible examples. So I can give you 3. So, the 3 examples that could come to my mind, and then I will have to choose one, would be Royal Enfield. So is there anyone from India here? So you probably know Royal Enfield. Others probably don't, or not as much. Okay, so Royal Enfield, perhaps not the best example. Second possible example, let's say Louis Vuitton, LVMH. Quite broad, the connection with vintage is not too clear. The next example, I think probably more illustrative, would be Rolls-Royce. Okay, Rolls-Royce, we see that, yes, it represents British tradition with a sort of a British luxury, but always quite subtle, blah, blah, blah. And all this always with contemporary technologies and modernity. So something like this is, I think, relatively illustrative and can talk to the broadest possible population. If I took the Royal Enfield example, I'm a motorcyclist and I'm riding a Royal Enfield. So for me, of course, it makes sense. Royal Enfield, what is it? Royal Enfield is strictly the icon of the British and then the Indian Army, the Commonwealth Army. Commonwealth Army officers all had a Royal Enfield motorbike during the war. But when you're not British, when you're not Indian, it is not clear to you in the first place. So if I took this example to convince you of my point, Royal Enfield, I could not just elicit it. I would have to explain why, which means this example in this particular classroom would not be appropriate, would not make sense to you. But using this example before an Indian audience would be perfectly clear. I would not need to detail. Clear enough? Yes or no? Next, your example must be known. And this is where it could be a wee bit difficult. Known and surprising at the same time. So your example is an example that should ring the bell to your panel. So people hearing about this example think, oh yes, of course, I should have thought about it. So that they do not have to think, but what is it? What is this company about exactly? No, it must be very clear. So a known example, which means in your particular cases, when you've got a question on companies, it should be a large company or a company that we are likely to know, not a local business that only people in your borough know. Otherwise, it will not be convincing here. We will not really understand the reach of what you're saying. And take the example of Royal Enfield. Royal Enfield, known, but not everywhere. Not to everybody. So perhaps not the best example. If you had, let's say, something on let's say, the risk of losing, so if you're making a claim on a company that risks losing its clients, its historical clients. There is an exam question on this, but I'm not telling you which ones, what the question is exactly. I can say, oh, there are situations where the company may risk losing its historical clients. An example could be, and I'll try to be brief, I hope it makes enough sense, but I think it should. Jaguar in 1999 was taken over by Ford, and Jaguar lost its historical clients because their clients did not want to buy the car of the poor. They did not want to buy a Ford car. So Jaguar lost its clients. I think it's clear enough. When I speak of Jaguar, you have a relatively clear idea of what it is, don't you? When I speak of Ford, you also have a relatively clear idea of what I'm mentioning, don't you? Yeah, you've all heard about those two companies. Now, it is a known example, known to you. And also, I think an example which is relatively surprising. You did not necessarily expect me to speak of Jaguar and Ford. But I'm pretty sure that you will remember this, not all your life, but for a long time. Just this example, speaking of a company risking losing its historical clients with Jaguar taken over by Ford, Jaguar clients not willing to buy the car of the poor, you're likely to remember this because you were not expecting it. Clear enough? So this has major implications. One is that you should avoid, at any cost, those examples you all had in your strategic courses. Avoid speaking of Post-it for innovation or whatsoever. Avoid speaking of Kodak losing its technology and its clients. Avoid speaking of all those case studies you have done in class. We all have done those case studies. It's just useful so you learn, but it's no longer convincing when you have to develop an original position. Therefore, it is important that you should be aware of what those companies are, what is being said about them in the news, in newspapers, on social media, etc. So the more examples of companies, of organizations you have in mind, the better it will be for you. Is this clear or isn't it? And Next big implications. There are some examples I strongly recommend avoiding when not applicable, when they're not necessary. Avoid speaking of, so spontaneously, of the GAFAM, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft. If you have anything on innovation, please do not associate innovation with Apple. It does not mean they're not innovative, but think of the fact that if your starter response is, oh, innovation is Apple, it will be everybody's starter response, and then it will not be convincing anymore. We will not remember why this point is especially pertinent. Innovation, I might have, let's say, you will not, I do not, as far as I remember, there is no exam question on radical innovation or something. I'm thinking of one thing, one example of a radical innovation, and I'm sure you could all more or less relate to it. One example would be, a company that has developed a radical innovation, blah, 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 would be Adidas. You all know Adidas, sports clothes maker. In the 90s, Adidas developed something called Adidas Torsion, which is a bar in your sole that prevents injuries when you twist your foot. So it is a radical innovation. That is, by having Adidas shoes, you will have no injuries. Radical innovation, isn't it? I think this example is something quite surprising and quite memorable, more than the example which would have been the revolution of the iPhone with the wipe screen and tap screen. You would not associate my client with this point on Apple, but more with this point on Adidas, I suppose. Does this make sense or not? Yeah. Of course, there are some exam questions where the GAFAM are necessary or explicitly discussed. There are some exam questions where the acronym GAFAM is stated. So in this case, of course, you cannot avoid talking of them, but because it's explicitly required. There are other questions which more implicitly invite you to think about the GAFAM from one certain perspective. This perspective could be big data, could be privacy, could be advertising. I'm not giving you more, but so you have some idea. When we speak of online privacy, of course, we think of problems relating to the GAFAM. But then you can give examples that are not necessarily from the GAFAM or opposing the GAFAM and aimed at protecting privacy or trying to take this problem over. And here, I can give you a counterexample to the GAFAM, or two, which go together. Qwant. Have you all heard of Qwant? No? The search engine. It's a European search engine that does not store your data, that then protects your privacy. So it's the opposite to Google. Qwant. And associated with Qwant, in opposition to Google Chrome or to Safari, we've got Brave browser. The Brave browser is a browser, a web browser, which does not store, does not communicate any of your personal data, and that does not allow the installing of any file without explicit permission from you. That's the soul. So, just to say with this, here I'm giving you one example which allows you to speak of the GAFAM without necessarily taking the GAFAM as the example. So is this clear, or do you want more elaborating on this? So I have no reaction, so I do not know what it means. Either it's perfectly clear, so 4 options. 1, it's perfectly clear, it's not useful to ask. Second, it's so unclear we do not dare to say. Third, it's 10:30. 4, we don't care. So which option? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Pardon? 1. Okay, thank you very much. So bear in mind then to have good examples, to have pertinent examples, to have illustrative examples, to have known examples, but surprising examples. You must compile a sort of a mental database with such examples, and this is only possible by being conscious of what's going on the news. You read regularly in the newspapers things speaking of one particular company. I would say, just to see what your current knowledge is of this. So you all know about Boeing, yeah? So do you know what Boeing's, let's say, concerns nowadays are, or main problems are?
737 that is grounded because of software problems.
So I did not hear everything, but so you say the 737, so?
Yeah, that is grounded because of software problems.
So it's grounded because of software problems. Okay, that's one thing for now. I agree. More broadly, and you will see this if you read the news even once a week, you will see something on this. Boeing's problem is that they're not selling anymore. Most of their orders were cancelled by airlines because their iconic aircraft, the Boeing Air Max 717, crashed twice in 1 week, right? So nowadays, Boeing's problem is that it lost the confidence of its buyers, of its clients. So Boeing is confronted with the worst defiance ever because of safety problems. So that anytime there is something which seems to be suspicious, as with the 737, a software problem, then Boeing will not sell. So Boeing, they have to legitimize their concern about safety. As a result, Airbus is selling. I'm just saying, you do not need to know the detail about everything, but at least be conscious of what is going on at the moment, in general. Another example, it's a bit dated now. Renault. What is the main concern with Renault? French automotive company Renault. No idea? No idea, really? Renault CEO was jailed in Japan for misrepresentation of funds. He escaped from Japan, and Renault lost its head. Now they appointed Luca Di Maio, so an Italian CEO, who is not known, but who is to re-legitimize the role of the CEO and the role of Renault. The problem is a company that lost its CEO. The problem is that Renault was associated with Nissan and Mitsubishi in Japan, and we do not know if this alliance will still work. We do not know if Renault is likely to remain the second largest car maker in the world. And I'm not giving you much detail about the new cars or whatsoever. It's not the point here. Let's try with some others, so you see a wee bit more. Let's say. So I know I've got some of you from Parma. Fiat. What is the current concern with Fiat? No, which could serve as an example at some stage. What might you have heard about Fiat recently? So Fiat has merged with Chrysler. It was a long time ago, a couple of years ago, and now Fiat and Chrysler are intending to merge with Peugeot and Citroën, so as to become the third largest car maker in the world. That's the main concern, and it is the type of example you can give. We all know about this. You are likely to know about this without knowing the detail. Does this make sense or not? Yeah? Then you might also have some exam questions where we're not necessarily speaking of a company, but organizations more generally. Then you can give examples which are companies, but also consider organizations that are not companies. That could be NGOs. That could be intergovernmental organizations. That could be so intergovernmental NGOs. That could be public sector organizations. If you have a topic, so a question on something like has an organization or does any, so it's not an example question that is explicitly asked, but if you have something like, does any operation have to be, or should any operations be profitable in organizations? You can take an example saying, not necessarily. If the point is not necessarily, it's best if it is the case, but it's not always required. And we can take one example, which is the NATO is not meant to be profitable. So peace or protecting one's allies is necessarily expensive. It's not meant to be profitable. So here, it is not required that it's profitable. We do not even know how we would measure the NATO's profitability. So the answer is no here. Right? So you should be as broad-minded as possible as to those possible examples. And this will be through, like I said earlier on many times, going through the news regularly. So reading online newspapers, reading updates on LinkedIn, on social media, possibly following things, so watching, also entertaining by watching films on a certain company, on a certain CEO and stuff. Examples thereof could be a film on McDonald's, the founder, which was a couple of years back, and then you can have some interesting things on McDonald's, which could serve as a good example. We had something else on, so there is a film to come on Renault and on Carlos Ghosn, so the former CEO. So this could help. Please note, I did not mention watching the social media, the social network, and I did not mention watching Steve Jobs necessarily. But this can be helpful. There can be also some documentaries on some companies that you can watch that could be interesting for you, helpful. Then how to speak of one's experience, how to speak of oneself in the oral presentation. Bear in mind that if you speak of yourselves, it is to be persuasive. It is to reinforce your personal commitment to this topic or your personal involvement in this particular question. More particularly, it serves to show that you are considered involved, or it can help you evidence your point. So this could be the example you will use. Here is my claim, my argument, blah, blah, blah. And in company such and such, on the workplace, I've witnessed to this, blah, blah, blah. Then we see an example and personal involvement. And then we cannot contest what you've done. We cannot contest what you've seen. We cannot contest what you have retained of this. Or this can come to reinforce your example. And I say, my client, my argument, my example, and myself, yes, I've seen this as well when I was doing this, blah, blah, blah. Then it shows that the example is especially illustrative and it makes your claim even stronger. So, like I said earlier on, you do not need to use personal experience everywhere in your presentation. I would say use it, so as you only have 10 minutes, use it once. If the exam question allows for it, use it once. And once could be in the introduction with a hook. If you remember, I said a hook that takes you directly to the question. So either there or once in the presentation associated with one argument, that is in one of the subsections of the 4 subsections only. Then you choose which one and where you think it will be especially pertinent. Or in the conclusion. In the conclusion, when you explain, when you clarify to whom this point you're making could be appealing. So you could say, oh, all this I've been telling you for the past 9 minutes relates to something I've seen on the workplace, working there, blah, blah, blah. My direct manager in charge of blah, blah, blah is a type of person directly concerned with those types of questions. And then you have showed that you can be involved, that you are concerned. Is this clear enough? Yes or no? And bear in mind, as you only have 10 minutes, once is enough, and it should really serve to relate to the topic and either to attract, to catch the reader and to attract their attention, or to emphasize the point you're making with your example or your argument, or there to sell your point in the conclusion. So you will then see if it is applicable. Some of you may say, yes, but the exam question I chose is really, really at odds with my experiences. I have never witnessed to anything myself that would be pertinent to the question. Not a problem. You can claim it yourself at some stage. In the conclusion, or in the introduction, or in the conclusion, you can say, well, I've not been exposed to this, but here is my reflection. And the Q&As after the presentation serve this purpose. We can then discuss what you've done and how what you've done helps you feed your point or think about those things. So if for some reason you cannot explicitly relate to your experience in your presentation, it does not matter. Do not worry. You can still do during the Q&As, knowing that the Q&As will not necessarily be on the exam question, but can also be on yourself. So my point here is that I would not like you to force this idea of speaking of yourself if you think it is not really applicable here. Do if you think it is applicable, do if you think it is helpful. Now, probably, I'd say the most wanted or expected things from you, as not much on the YouTube channel was done on this. There are a few brief videos, but I'll try to go beyond. First, how can I prepare myself, prepare this presentation during my 30 minutes? So remember, you've got 30 minutes to prepare, then you transition to the examination room, and then you present for 10 minutes. So, again, you are very limited with time. You have a big time constraint on you. So, you must be very efficient. You must not waste any time. Exam question choice. If you have not made your choice at the beginning, just when you receive the 2 questions, then I recommend you devote not more than 1 minute in the preparation room to choose your question. But remember, you arrive in the morning, so I'm going backwards to the slide with how the morning is. I know it was on the video, sorry. It was on the video I showed you. When you arrive, you are assigned your exam question. Then you've got about 10 minutes to transition to, or 5 minutes to transition to the preparation room. Then you're for 30 minutes there. Then you've got 10 minutes to transition to the examination room. So if you've not chosen your exam question, the one you want to address straight when you received it and when you were transitioning to the preparation room, in the preparation room, not more than 1 minute. Clear enough? And this means you ask yourself the 3 questions I mentioned early on. So, do I have a position on this? Do I have examples on this? Could I engage in a conversation that would last for 10 minutes on this? And this should be done in less than a minute. Once you have defined your exam question, so chosen your exam question, 5 minutes, not more, to define the concepts and the key constructs. And like I said early on, a definition will be appropriate to the exam question so that we understand the same things as you when you use those terms. So we need definitions that are especially useful for the audience. We need working definitions, not generic definitions, things that are directly relating to your topic. If you have an exam question on things for which you do not have a clear-cut definition coming from a dictionary textbook, such as privacy, if you have a topic on an exam question, privacy, or another one on influences, you will have to provide a definition based on what you understand or what it is. Does this make sense? Or not? Yeah? You will not have, or as far as I remember, there are no exam questions with big words that are very difficult to define or understand. There are rarely, I would say rarely, because I do not want to commit myself to zero, to never, but there are rarely exam questions with ambiguous words. But even if there are no ambiguous words, we need to know what you're speaking about, so we understand the same things as you. So 5 minutes for this. Next, your position. What would your answer be to this question? 1 minute to work on this, I would say, on this tweet. So it's very short, 1 minute, but here, remember, you've got 30 minutes only. You must be very clear with what it is you want to say, what you want to answer when you're asked this question. 1 minute to articulate whether it's rather yes, rather no, and in a nutshell, what you would say. Then, the typical structure, yes, but, or no, unless. What I recommend, and it would take about 3 minutes, perhaps less, is that you spontaneously on your preparation paper write, this typical structure. So once you're clear with whether it's rather yes or rather no, it will be yes, but, or no, unless, and you would write, say 1, yes or no, A1, so 1A, the grounding, 1B, what makes my position valid today, 2, but or unless, B, 2A, the boundaries, the limits, 2B, solutions. So I suggest you really write this explicitly. It will take about 3 minutes. Then it will take about 15 minutes to feed each of those subsections. I'd say 15 to 16 minutes to feed each of those subsections. That is, feed with the point you want to make in each of them, with the claim, with the argument, briefly, and with the example. And ultimately, with the heading, with the tweet that you would envisage for each of those sections and subsections. And it's very quick, which means you should not think too much about the structure. I strongly recommend that you use the structure I developed early on and mechanically or spontaneously write it on your draft paper and then feed it to prepare your answer. And then you will save heaps of time and you will make sure you cover most of what needs to be covered. So far, so good? Yes, no? And next, conclusion. About 2 minutes. 2 minutes for the conclusion. So the conclusion, remember, your tweet, which is fine, so you already have it. Why? So is my point original, surprising, predictable, and why? And to whom can this be appealing? 1 minute for each of those two things. Clear enough? And lastly, as you are now clear with what you want to say in this presentation, in your talk, introduction in 2 minutes. Introduction 2 minutes, a hook. If there's no hook, in 10 seconds, you forget about it. A hook. The definition, you already have them, but then how you reuse or place your definitions in this introduction. Your tweet, just to make sure you really have it in place, and how you are organizing your answer, how you will announce the structure of your answer in a way which is catchy and intelligible for your audience. Bear one thing in mind. The introduction and the first sentence you say gives a flavor of your presentation. If you miss your first 10 seconds, or if the first impression with the first 10 seconds is bad, then it's very, very difficult to overcome this. Then the panel will not be in the best mindset to really appreciate your work. Conversely, if you start well and do not end too well, it's not too much of a problem. But in the conclusion, at least, even if the conclusion for some reason is not too good, at least make sure you can reassess what the point you wanted to make is. So make sure your point, your tweet is at least stated once. This is what you want the audience to take away. This is what you want the audience to remember. And after this, you will have probably 1 minute left. With this 1 minute, you can sort of reprocess the whole thing so to make sure you are clear with everything and ready to talk. Obviously, as you only have 30 minutes to get prepared, you will never have time to prepare something in writing which you can read, right? You will have to have your structure with the main idea of what you want to say and perhaps some keywords or some sentences in places, but not more. And if you want to really catch the reader and keep the audience and keep the audience for 10 minutes, you should certainly not read. Right? Is this clear? So how to prepare for this grand oral? How to prepare for this final management oral exam? I would say regarding contents, there are two areas for preparation. One regards contents, and the other one would regard, let's say, the practice of this particular exam. Regarding contents, you must have a good command of every core courses in your curriculum. But when I say a good command, and as I mentioned early on, you do not need to know everything about techniques. We don't care about this. We want to make sure you have a good understanding of the concepts you are using. For instance, if you speak of profit or profitability, you must make sure you are clear with what it means in your accounting and finance courses, in general terms, so that when you speak of profit or profitability, you speak of something which makes sense. When you speak of consumer behavior, we need to be clear with what you mean by consumer behavior, as seen in marketing core courses. This means it is important that you make sure you are quite clear with nearly everything. So the main courses you have attended. Core courses, specialisms, we assume you have a good command of them, but core courses, make sure you're clear with this. If you have something on governance, speaking of committees, specialized committees, you must know what specialized committees are. It's central to your governance course. Well, I reassure you, there is no such exam question dealing with committees. So explicitly asking anything about remuneration committee or whatsoever. But if it were the case, then you should know what it is about. We assume it has been addressed in the corporate governance course in year 3. If something speaks of conflicts of interest between managers and stakeholders, and there's one exam question addressing this, you must be clear with what is discussed as such in corporate governance. In a nutshell, I'm just refreshing your mind, referring to your course, the course that started recently. In a nutshell, when we speak of conflicts of interest in corporate governance between stakeholders and managers, it means that managers, senior management, CEOs, CFOs, etc., not middle managers necessarily, are inclined to pursuing their own interests, so to make their own money, working for their own profits, and this often, or at times, detrimentally to stakeholders. And here we can take one example, which is a recent example, Carlos Ghosn and Renault. So in Japan, Carlos Ghosn was accused of having misappropriated Nissan's money and misappropriated Nissan's stockholders' money for his own benefit, with a $15 million house in Lebanon, for his private use, with a 30 million house in Brazil for his private use, with a can't remember, €2 million wedding, etc. So this is what we would mean by conflict of interest, with one possible example, which could be this one, according to Japanese authorities. We do not know just yet, so the investigation is not finished, so the trial did not take place, but this is more or less what is implicitly assumed or discussed. Then, like I said, follow the news. Regularly follow political news, economic news, social news, business news, international news, and ideally, like I said, on a daily basis. On a daily basis does not mean that you must spend too much time each day, but at least follow the news. Read at least the headings of newspapers. You know, the first page, the main headings, so you see what is being discussed at the moment, and then if you see some articles that are especially interesting to you or intriguing, read them. But you do not need, when you take a newspaper, to read everything every day. But be well informed. Try to gather information from various sources so as to make sure that at least you cover most of what needs to be covered. Bear in mind, you could have exam questions that discuss a marketing question, apparently, so with a major in marketing and a minor which could be governance, law, geopolitics, or whatsoever. But you could also have a question, an exam question, which has, for a major, geopolitics. So cover as much as you can, so you have some material to talk when you're confronted with this conversation, with this 10 minutes conversation. So this is for contents. Then three areas, three directions to practice this exam, and the typical structure I recommended. It is important that you practice, that you try it at least once or two times, once or twice, to see how things go, etc. So there's three ways of doing. One, just to articulate, let's say, test questions, just to test yourselves. You could either look for Grand Oral examination questions from other schools, from law schools or from Sciences Po, and see what type of questions are asked, and then you can take one, reword it in such a way that we can answer it yes or no, and then you work on this question. That's one option. Another option is when you read from newspapers, when you read from professional networks or professional media, when you read from LinkedIn or equivalent, you devise a question from this article, from this feed you have found, a question which we can answer by yes or no. And then you try to answer it following, as much as possible, the typical structure I recommended. That's one easy way of doing, where mentally you are exercising to this. The second option is to simulate a grand oral presentation with other students. Something that would not hurt would be to try doing this with your grand mémoire mates, so partners. So it's not mandatory, but it could be. So you're supposed to be close to them. If you are geographically in the same area, it could be relatively easy to do. Where you try, let's say, for an hour, so either for an hour, one of you prepares one exam question for 30 minutes and then presents before the other two for 10 minutes. And then there is a conversation. And then feedback from the other two who were simulating the panel on your presentation. I strongly recommend that you should try this. Otherwise, you will never have any option, any possibility of practicing. And the third thing is something I was taught, or I was strongly recommended, was when I was a first-year student. When I was a first-year student, I studied at a school some of you might know, which is Sciences Po in Paris, which is the school where all our politicians in France, political leaders, business leaders, I mean CEOs of the largest companies, journalists, and top civil servants graduated. And that's the school for rhetorics. And we were told, first class, first year, whatever the context is, force yourself to speak in 2 sections and 2 subsections, following the structure I gave you. That is, when you go, imagine, you go to the cinema, you watch a film, and then you have to speak about this film. Try to force yourself to organize your speech around those 2 sections, 2 subsections. You are introducing yourself somewhere for the first time. Try to force yourself to do it in 2 sections, 2 subsections, etc. Just to make it something as habitual as possible, so that it is not too artificial when you do it with the exam question you receive. To be convincing, you must be convinced yourself. This means you must be as used to this type of thing as possible. So it's very important you practice amongst yourselves. It is very important you try to force yourself as often as you can in whatever situation you can. Is this clear to everybody? So, of course, it will be at the beginning a bit of a nuisance. At the beginning, you will try, you think, okay, bugger, I want to quit, blah, blah, blah. Then you'll think, when it starts being natural to you or quasi-natural, that's good. So, when you start being used to this, you do not even need a watch or a clock to check the time, because you know you will speak in about 10 minutes. 2 sections, 2 subsections with 1 claim, 1 argument, one example, it would fit within about 10 minutes. But if you're not used to it, then it will be very stressful on the exam day. So try really to force you to do it. Clear enough for everybody so far? Okay. So now I articulated 4 sample questions, and we can try with some more over time this morning. What I suggest is that you could work, I would prefer you to work, you could work in pairs, so by 2 or something. Choose 1 question, one of the 4 questions, work a bit, I don't know, for about 10 minutes, trying to think of how you could answer this question, and then for each of those 4 questions, we'll discuss all together and see how you would be prepared for that. And after this, we can try to articulate new questions coming from what we see in the news or LinkedIn or whatsoever. So is the instruction clear to everybody now? I've got 11:15 on my computer. Here it's, 11:15. I leave you about 15 minutes. So you build teams of 2 or 3 maximum. You choose one question and you try to see how you could apply this typical structure I recommended to answer this question. And after this, 11:30, we start speaking of what you would say on each of those questions. And then, given the time we've got afterwards, we might try with some more questions and all together. Clear enough? So I'll let you then go in pairs, or 2 or 3, not more, choosing one of the 4 questions. Okay, so you can stop now. Yes, quite.
On the planning, it says that there is a lunch break.
On the planning it did, but if you were on time this morning, if you read your emails properly, I said that it would be from 8 to 2, and that there would be no formal break, but if you want to take a break at some stage, you can, without necessarily telling, and return when you want. So we've got some students who took a 2 minutes break or something. So it needs to be continuous for teaching purposes, and then it will be also convenient to everybody leaving a bit earlier. So if you want to take a break, you can, but there's no obligation, of course. So it's now 11:16. I leave you for the next 14, 15 minutes, and then we talk about it. Okay? So I'll let you work in pairs. I'm right back within a few minutes, and then I'll let you keep working on this, and then we talk. Is this clear to everyone? Yeah? Okay. So good luck. I'm right back. So for those who are online, I'm typing the 4 questions, so you can see and also start considering them. I'll do it one by one, so it's legible. Just 1 second. I'm yours within 1 second. And the fourth question. Yes.
Few questions about
Sure.
the presentation.
Sure.
We are French,
Yes.
but we're on the English side.
Yep.
So for the exam day,
Mhm.
should we answer in English or in French?
Bon, si vous êtes français, on peut parler en
Oui.
français. Alors, ça dépend. Je sais pas si vous êtes inscrite pour le passer en français ou en anglais.
Bah,
Si
on
vous-
sait pas nous dire.
Alors, demandez à Maud Cotte.
Mode code.
Ouais,
ok.
elle pourra vous dire si vous le passez en français ou en anglais. Si vous le passez en français, vous aurez la question, enfin, le sujet d'examen en français, et vous le ferez en français. Si c'est en anglais, vous le ferez en anglais. Mais elle vous dira de toute manière dans quelle langue vous êtes pour quelle langue vous êtes inscrit.
Ok.
Et c'est l'école qui choisit pour nous, du coup on a
J'en
pas
sais
la
rien.
possibilité.
Là, j'en sais rien. Là, je sais pas comment ça marche dans le parcours English Track pour les francophones. Donc là, je préfère m'en remettre à ce que vous dira Maud.
Ok, parce qu'on était inscrite pour la préparation en français.
Oui, mais
Du
pour le
coup,
15.
Ouais, c'est
D'accord.
ça, du coup, là où
Ah, ok. Donc, ouais. Alors,
possiblement, je pense que c'est en français, mais...
je préfère ne pas vous répondre parce que j'ai aucune idée de la validité de la réponse que je vous donnerai.
Ok, très bien.
D'ailleurs, juste par rapport aux dates, il n'y a pas de présentiel ou quoi que ce soit. Enfin, pour qu'on n'ait pas de soucis, comme on n'est pas à la session. sur
Non,
laquelle on est
mais
inscrit.
il n'y a pas de problème. De toute manière, là, regardez, sur les deux groupes d'English Track, ils sont normalement 80.
Oui.
Voilà.
Ok,
Donc non, il n'y a pas de problème. C'est là pour vous aider à vous préparer, surtout sur un exercice qui est quand même pas forcément naturel pour vous.
ok.
Après,
Oui.
si vous êtes là, tant mieux. Si vous n'êtes pas là, tant pis. Non,
Ok.
mais là, vous êtes là aujourd'hui, donc
Ok.
ce sera la même chose en français et en anglais, dans la préparation et les attentes.
C'est comme pour en fait le grand mémoire.
Oui,
on
c'est
a
ça,
des
c'est le même
cours de
principe.
préparation en
Exactement.
anglais, mais on le fait bien en français.
Oui, voilà, c'est exactement ça.
Ok.
C'est exactement ça. Mais là encore, je vous dis, pour ça en particulier, vous avec Maud, pour vous assurer de la langue, dans laquelle vous le passez.
Ok, parfait.
Et juste sur les modalités, on ne sait jamais hein, si on
Oui.
a moins de 10, qu'est-ce qui se passe pour nous?
Ah oui, bonne question, je vous redirai tout.
Ouais.
Oui, excusez-moi, j'ai oublié de le mentionner. Non, ça me paraissait évident. Mais non, très bonne question. Donc, je le redirai tout à l'heure.
Ouais.
Posez-moi la question quand tout le monde sera revenu.
Ouais, ça
Ok, très bien.
C'est quoi le coefficient?
Il n'y a pas de coefficient. Mais justement, je reviendrai là-dessus quand tout le monde sera là. Reposez-moi ces questions-là parce que les réponses vont intéresser tout le monde.
Ok, très bien. Et juste pour parler du grand mémoire, tant qu'on est là,
Oui.
pareil, est-ce que les cours de présentation du grand mémoire sont pareil en termes de présentiel parce que tout est sur Moodle.
Alors, j'ai envie de dire, le principe, entre le principe
Oui.
et la réalité, il y a un peu un fossé, mais le principe, c'est qu'à partir du moment où vous avez un cours qui est à l'emploi du temps, il est obligatoire.
Oui, bien sûr.
Maintenant, dans la réalité, sur le grand mémoire en particulier, moi, ce que je constate, c'est qu'il y a une érosion du nombre d'étudiants qui viennent en cours au fil des séances. Et ça, je dirais, on n'y peut rien. Et puis, on ne courra pas après si vous n'êtes pas là forcément.
Ok.
Voilà. C'est toujours mieux si vous pouvez être là parce qu'en fait, vous pouvez échanger sur ce qui vous préoccupe en lien avec votre grand mémoire, avec un prof qui peut vous apporter un regard un peu différent de celui de votre tuteur
Oui.
et répondre sur le moment. Donc, c'est en ça que c'est toujours utile. Après, vous en faites ce que vous voulez.
Ok, très bien. Entendu. Merci.
Mais je vous en prie.
Ouais.
Je vous en prie. Bonjour.
Du coup, j'avais la question aussi pour les rattrapages, mais du coup, vous y répondrez.
Alors voilà, je répondrai après.
Et aussi, j'ai raté le début, peut-être que vous l'avez dit, mais de combien de personnes est constitué le jury?
Effectivement, je ne l'ai pas mentionné ce matin, il faut bien me le dire. Posez-moi la question tout à l'heure, du coup.
Ok.
Quand tout le monde sera là.
Et j'avais une autre question. Je vais ça va revenir par après.
Bah, voilà, mais si vous avez une autre question, vous la posez tout à l'heure devant tout le monde parce qu'elle intéressera sans doute tout le monde.
Ok. Et juste, est-ce que vous pouvez traduire la deuxième Enfin, je comprends pas trop.
Ah, est-ce que le risque de procédure judiciaire affecte la prise de décision? Voilà.
D'accord. Et ah oui, juste.
Oui.
Du coup, les connaissances auxquelles feront appel les sujets, ce sera que sur le tronc commun de cette année ou de
Non,
l'ensemble
de toute la scolarité en principe, tout ce que vous êtes censé avoir vu sur toute votre scolarité.
Ok. Parce qu'en fait, moi, du coup, je fais un double diplôme.
Oui, mais il y a des trucs que vous avez vus par ailleurs. Mais du coup, tout ce que vous avez vu depuis votre première année dans l'enseignement supérieur, que ce soit à GEM ou pas à GEM, fait partie de ce que vous êtes censé avoir retenu et compris. Voilà.
Merci.
Je vous en prie.
Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
Could you please give us some samples? That means the topic and how you deal with the topics.
No, precisely. That's what we are trying to do now. That's what we're trying to do after these 15 minutes where we're supposed to try together.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And just for double check the part that you mentioned about bring the paper. So
Bring the paper.
yes, like are we allowed to bring the paper with us, like writing for the keyword or sentences?
Okay. I will mention this later on. Ask your question when everybody's back because it might be of interest to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
de Grenoble pour vous indiquer l'heure estimée de passage à Lyon. Point. De Grenoble pour vous indiquer l'heure estimée de passage à Lyon. Point. Le rendez-vous sera place de Paris, Virpool, à pied du clocher, Virpool, au niveau des toilettes publiques. Point. À tout à l'heure. Point. À la ligne. Vassili. So it is 11:30. Even if you're not all here, I suggest we could resume. So there will be several things. One is that there were some questions that were very legitimate, and I'm sorry I didn't mention them before. So please mention. So ask the questions here. So publicly, you were asking me early on, and I'll answer them. So you have nearly everything you need to have in mind regarding the exam. And after this, we'll discuss those 4 sample questions. And after this, depending on the time we have, we could try to see some more. So I think here there were a few questions. So what happens if we have less than 10 out of 20? So this exam is discriminatory. So that if we have less than 10, you cannot have your degree right now, and you have to retake the exam the following year on the April session. There is no reset session planned. This means that if you fail, what happens is that I'm just telling you the process after you fail, if you fail. If you fail, your case will be discussed in commission de diplôme, so in the graduation committee, which is having a meeting in July, and your case will be examined in two parts. Firstly, they will. I'm not sitting there, so I can talk very freely about it, as I'm not a member of this committee. So, first of all, they will check your curriculum and your marks from a purely quantitative way from day one at school, so as to see if this failure with this exam is an accident in your curriculum, or if it is representative for a chaotic curriculum. It's not the sign, so it does not mean the sign having 8 or 9 out of 20 if you are the best in your cohort in every single course, and if it's been the case from year 1. Or having 8 if you had to resit every exam, and this from the beginning. That's the first thing. Then they will see in a more qualitative way what your student profile is. That is, are you a student causing problems? Are you a model student, a role model for others? Are you just a normal good student? So are you a student this committee considers should be especially supported or not? If they consider you should be supported, I mean, you can be granted the degree notwithstanding this failure, then it's the end of the story. You've got the degree, full stop. If they consider you should not, then you can appeal this decision. And here I would like to draw your attention to 2 things when you have to appeal this decision. The first thing is that you have a very limited time to appeal. That is, as far as I remember, it is about 5 working days to appeal. So if you think you are unlikely to be granted the degree by this committee, I recommend that you prepare your appeal application as soon as possible. And the second thing is on the content of an appeal. An appeal does not consist of saying, I disagree with this committee, they're wrong, I want them to revise their opinion. It's not this, it's about saying, I consider that this committee did not have all the necessary or relevant information to properly assess my situation. That is, I bring new evidence of my situation, which is not known to the school, and which could explain either why I counterperformed that day, or that could evidence that I'm a very good student otherwise. Examples of things that explain that you counterperformed. 2 years ago, we had 2 situations. One student whose father passed away the day before. He lost his father just the day before. Of course, he was mentally not into it. Of course, he could not succeed. And when I spoke with him after he was given the results, I recommended that he should let the school know that he lost his father and produce a death certificate. So something the committee did not have at the time they made their decision. And he then submitted a death certificate for his father, and then, of course, the appeal committee understood the situation and thought, okay, it's something extraordinary, unexpected. The same year, we had another student who was aggressed on the tram just an hour before the exam. And she was really in shock. She went to the police and lodged a complaint, and she was so in shock, she was shaky, and she could not really talk during the exam, so she was fired. But the panel did not know. And then what I recommended to her was that she should submit to the appeal committee the receipt for the complaint she lodged to the police on the event, so that the school sees it's not just a story, right? But this means you must bring tangible material, tangible evidence of something. It could be letters of support from profs, from here, from elsewhere, showing that you're a good student or whatsoever. But you cannot say, oh, the panel I had prof such and such who never liked me, and that day they just fired me because they wanted to. We cannot verify. We cannot check. We would never know. Or saying they were yawning. They were not watching me when I was talking. They were not listening. Checking emails. We cannot know. We cannot verify. So something really tangible and verifiable. If this committee, appeal committee, agrees to revise their opinion, then you're granted the degree. If not, then you're not granted the degree and you have to resit this exam the following year. That's what I can tell. For now, this year, it is the first edition of this format. So I have no idea for now how severe or not severe panels will be. So that I have no idea how the school graduation committee will position themselves. If they consider we must be quite loose and generous, or no, the panel is sovereign and we follow recommendations from the panel. I do not know. Precisely because it is new. But in also notifying panel members of how this exam is, I hope they will be relatively complacent to you, especially as it is the first year. But I cannot guarantee. So I dare to hope, but it's not a guarantee of anything, I dare to hope that there will be some understanding and that you will not be unreasonably fired. So that's all I can really tell you for now on this question. Does this at least partly answer your question? And I think there were some other questions that I was asked early on. Yes, please?
What if we are talking for less than 10 minutes? Because I think when you earlier showed the different parts of how we get graded, there was no part about time.
Pardon me?
There was no part about how time is. Oh, no, sorry, it's like a part of 10% time frame on it, right?
Yeah.
So if we are talking much, much less, if it's still like it should.
So if you speak much less, it means you did not consume the time that you were granted. It means you did not really abide by the exam requirements. So if you speak much less, so if you speak 5 or 6 minutes, it might be considered really, really insufficient and superficial. If you speak 9 minutes or 8 minutes 30, I do not think that will blame you if contents are there. But bear in mind, 10 minutes, that's very short already. So you cannot really afford not to consume your 10 minutes.
We can come up on 10 minutes, or is it like a plus minus 1 minute?
No, well, it depends on the panel. So when I was a student, we were interrupted after 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, but no buts. Thank you very much. That's over. But let me finish. So this when I was a student. When I am on the panel, I'm speaking of myself. When I see that the student might not be really within the time frame, when we are close to the end, so here when it's 10 minutes, about 2 minutes before the end, I will notify you, you still have 2 minutes left. So you can organize yourself knowingly. You then might have some panels, but I do not recommend this. You might have some panels who would let you talk a bit more than 10 minutes to make sure you can finish. The problem with this is that there would be an equality of students before the same exam. And some would have been allowed to talk for 11 minutes or 12 minutes, which is 20% more than stated at the beginning, and others who would have been granted only 10 minutes. Also, this is something I do not recommend because then the panel may be late, and being late is cumulative, so that it would be unfair on the last students who might be then not presenting in time, but perhaps 20 minutes late, which is usually stress on a student. So this rule of 10 minutes should be applied quite fairly rigidly.
But there's not like a time, for example,
Well, come with a watch or something to make sure that you're in time. And this raises another question I was asked privately, which is on the panel composition. I really apologize, I forgot to mention about it. It was so obvious for me, and I'm now re-explaining. And then this will partly answer your question. In the panel, you've got a convener, so the président de jury, the convener who is a permanent staff member from the school, either academic or admin. And the convener is the timekeeper. So the convener is there to check the time, to make sure that the time is well on it, and is also the person who then organizes the conversation, if there are questions or whatsoever. The convener is also the one who, in case of split decision between panelists, can decide, can arbitrate. The panel, who are panel members and how many of them? Panel members are supposedly partners, so people who are partners from the school and working in partner institutions, private businesses, public sector organizations, NGOs, so senior executives who come to attend your graduation or end of studies oral exam. How many of them? Depending on their availability, so it is unexpected, unpredictable, it could be between 1 and 3 on the same panel. Between 1 and 3 external members, plus a convener who is an internal from GEM. Generally speaking, panel members, external panel members, are people used to attending this type of exam at GEM. They've, for most of them, been doing it for years, following the old format, so it will be a new thing for them now. But that's it. So does this answer at least your question? And I think there were some other questions that I was asked, but I can't remember all of them. I think you had. Okay, yeah. Are we allowed to? I'm understanding several things, and you tell me if I understood correctly or not. I understand two things. One is, are we allowed to bring our own paper to the preparation room and to work on this paper we brought? The answer is, supposedly, the paper is provided by school. The second thing I understand is, once we have prepared, are we allowed to take the notes we drafted in the preparation room to the examination room? The answer is yes, of course, and you will have to return your drafts and all your paper to the convener. So that when you leave the examination room, you leave with nothing. Okay? So that I have, let me just finish with this, so that if you fail, And if you want to be informed of why you filed and what the panel wrote in their report, I can then see the notes you drafted and what you did, and I can try to inform inform what they wrote with what I understood of what you did. So, of course, you bring the notes you've drafted in the preparation room to the examination room, and then you leave them there. To the convener. Did I understand correctly what you wanted to know? Of course. Well, the notes you drafted in the preparation room. Yeah, of course. When I was a student, we were not allowed notes. But we were prepared to this for years. 5 years of doing it 4 times a week. Then we were not allowed notes. In your case, of course, the notes will be allowed. And I think there were other questions. Yes, please. No, not per se. They should not. What is important is your oral speech and what you said and how clear and convincing it was. Other questions? I think you had a question earlier, but I can't remember which one. No, you didn't? So speak up, please. So like I said, if you failed the exam, as for any other student, your case will be discussed on the occasion of a graduation committee meeting, and in your case it should be in July, and they will process your case in 2 steps. First step will be quantitatively based on your marks from the beginning, and just to see if this mark you had at this oral exam is representative for a poor quality curriculum or if it is an accident. Then, second step, they will check more qualitatively if they think you deserve to be supported by the school and if you deserve the degree notwithstanding this mark or not. If they consider you deserve the degree, then end of the story, you're granted the degree. If they consider you do not deserve the degree, then you can appeal this decision. And I mentioned what the appeal is a few minutes ago. And if the appeal committee confirms the decision and not to grant you the degree, then you have to take this exam again the following year. There is no September receipt or something. Any other questions? Now, if everything seems to be clear for now, I suggest we try to answer or to discuss those 4 questions. So, first, should employees be treated like corporate citizens? Who did try to work on this one? Okay, nobody. Okay, then we'll try together afterwards. Second, can the risk of litigation affect decision making? Did anyone work on this one? Neither. Third, should the public sector be run like a private company? Did anyone work on this one? Neither. So fourth, is marketing necessarily too costly? Did anyone work on this one?
Yeah, so we worked with this one. It was actually Hi. Okay. So we worked with this one, but it was difficult to define precisely our position, let's say, in a correct way as for like the oral management. But basically, in just few words, what we said is that it's not necessarily too costly because it's. I think that nowadays marketing, if it's run correctly, it's really one of the key of the success of a company, together with innovation, obviously. And I feel like marketing is part of the innovation.
Just can you first in one, not necessarily one tweet, but in one brief sentence, give the big picture of your position, and then you can develop.
Right.
So what do you want us to retain in the first place?
That marketing is not necessarily costly. This is our position.
Okay.
Because it really
Okay.
depends.
Just hang on. I understand this. No, this is the first part. And then unless or but what?
Unless it's unless the marketing strategies are run incorrectly.
Okay.
In that case, obviously, it could be costly for the company, and also, let's say, a bit unuseful if, like, we have the wrong marketing strategies.
Okay. Why not? Now, go ahead. So now that we're clear with the big picture, so your message is this, right?
Yes.
It's not too costly unless blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then develop a little bit. You do not need to go too much in depth, but what would you say in your 1A, in 1B, etc.?
Yeah, I just want to say that the problem is that actually we talk about it, but we don't have like a practical, real example.
Mm-hmm.
So we just exchange a bit of opinions. We don't have like all the lines that we should follow.
Okay, it's all right. It's all, but try. Let's see. Let's try. No, not this, for example, but the 1A. What is the ground for your opinion? May I?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm trying to answer this question without having thought about it much before. Okay, so I'm as if you were in real life conditions for the exam. Okay, so circumstances. So outside the grounds for this position that no, marketing is not necessarily too costly is that in its essence, marketing is here to attract customers, to attract or retain customers. So by essence, marketing is supposedly, indirectly at least, generating profit, right? So in its essence, in, let's say, marketing philosophy or in business philosophy, that's marketing's role. So it cannot be just too costly. If it were simply too costly, why would we have marketing? We would probably not need any marketing. One evidence that it's not necessarily too costly is that some companies like Nike only do marketing. That's their core business activity. Nike is making money not through the manufacturing of its shoes and sport equipments, but through its marketing policy. And then they outsource producing. But the core business is marketing, so I doubt it's too costly. If it were too costly, it would not be their core business. I don't know how long it took, perhaps 2 minutes or something.
It was great.
But look, I did not prepare. So here, I tried to relate to things I know, to what I may have read on the news, etc. And here, one example was Nike. You could have taken a different example. For me, it was Nike. An example you all know, right? Yeah. Carry on. So 1B, your position today, what makes it valid today?
So my position is
And just speak in the microphone so everybody can hear, even online.
just that, as I was saying before, to us it's like one of the key of the company success. So as also you said, it's actually marketing. Marketing exists because it's it could increase the profit of a company, and if thanks to marketing, for example, we target the right segment.
Okay, carry on. No, carry on. But what I have in mind, in fact, with this question, why? So, is marketing necessarily too costly? In fact, we often notice that the first expense which is cut in the cost killing policies is marketing and communication. So that's often the first expense of budget which is diminished, as if it were, in a sense, too costly. And I do not necessarily have a recent example in mind of a company that did, but we often see nearly every day our company, blah, blah, blah. But so, this was the point. So here, in a sense, no, it's not too costly. So philosophically speaking, no, it's not too costly. For today, if you say what you're trying to say, you're sort of repeating the same thing. So here, what we can say is, today, so what makes marketing perhaps not too costly, or not necessarily too costly, could be, and it's two options, and you would have to choose one when you do. And there might be another one, but the first that comes to my mind. One could be that we now can measure the performance of marketing through return on marketing expenses, through market share, etc. And if it were too costly, really too costly, probably marketing expenses would be readjusted. So diminished so as to be quite in line with their relative performance, right? And then we can give examples. I'm not really a marketing person. I do not necessarily have clear examples of this in mind. You would not have this question, right? So another option could be marketing per se is nowadays not really costly in itself, or too costly, as we have companies that are doing, so whose core business is marketing precisely. They are doing marketing for others, which means they're profitable through marketing. That is their raison d'être, it is their business model. So then it means it's not necessarily too costly, it's profitable here. Or, and I forgot. I mean, I had another possible option, but I forgot. And here, yes, no, that's it. And we've got, in line with this, companies doing consultancy in marketing, just to help make marketers be especially profitable, which means it can be profitable, provided it's well accompanied, supported, blah, blah, blah. So 1B. 2A.
On that note, 2A, why is today valid our position, because I share that position. For example, if we say that marketing evolved over time and today allows us to retain customers rather than acquire them, so we can cut on acquisition and we can keep them loyal. In that respect, marketing is...
That's perfect. No, that's perfect. Here, like I said early on, A1, so 1A, sorry, could be philosophical grounds, and here I was in the philosophy of marketing, or historical grounds. Here, you're giving an historical ground, an historical trend that proves that marketing is not costly, not necessarily costly. So, no problem with this. It's just, again, a different way of justifying your approach. Exactly. But what is interesting is that in your case, it is convincing because you seem to be convinced by this. You do not force yourself to speak of the philosophy of marketing as you are interested in how it has evolved and how its evolution shows that it is profitable, it is necessary to make money. So I have no problems with this. That's not the idea I had in mind first. But precisely, if I were a panel member hearing this, I would think, oh no, interesting. I mean, worth of interest. I had not thought about it, but yeah, good idea. So good point. Yeah. Carry on with 2A.
Someone wants to carry on. So everyone, like, I think it's just the key is like the fact that I have to practice it. And,
of course. No, that's
so
why
I think I'm not able right now to just
That's why I was just suggesting we should try at least to see how we could get started and how it could look. So that everything I said this morning is not just abstract, theatrical, general, and generic. That's the idea. That's it. Yes, please.
Well, so 2A would be now the limits to my position, right?
The limits, or let's say the boundaries.
Yeah, exactly. So you could say that a boundary in marketing can be too costly if, on the one hand, you are not proven in actually analyzing the impact of marketing and your expenses. So if you don't have enough cost control in your marketing campaigns, but it can also be.
May I just interject? Yeah. You said it can be too costly. Here you're sort of discarding your point from before. It's not that it can be too costly. Here, marketing is not necessarily too costly unless we do not know how much money it generates and how much it costs. Yes, but here you said, but it could be costly, blah, 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 which is sort of yes and no. Here, I do not think it's really too costly, but we must be cautious. Not too costly does not mean that we should not do cost control, revenue control, etc. No, I agree, but it's not the point here. Here, your point is, in the first place, that it's not necessarily. Do you see what I mean? Here, you're not, in the second section, you're not contradicting what you said in the first one.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm saying,
it's just mind the wording. That's all I'm saying. Okay, carry on.
So that on the one hand, that if I don't analyze the impact, if I don't look at my costs, then I can run into problems. But on the other hand, sometimes in certain marketing campaigns, let's say it is just very hard to analyze the impact. So, for example, if I do big banners on buildings, it's very hard to measure the impact of that. Yes, in general, I get the brand in the hands of the people, but I will not have an analysis in the end saying like 10,000 people watched your sign today, because I can never tell. So these are the certain cases where I have to be careful.
Okay, 2A and 2B. How would you overcome this problem, or how would you expand this boundary?
Well, overcoming the problem of not analyzing it is analyzing it. So always having good practices when I run marketing campaigns to analyze the impact and make sure that it's still efficient. Okay, here you use two words which are useless. You said efficient, and the other one I can't remember. Just try to be specific. So here, analyze the impact. What would you recommend as a way of analyzing the impact of a marketing expense? That's what we would expect. A sort of a solution, a relatively concrete and workable solution. Sure. The complete solution would be to analyze the impact to make sure that it is efficient.
Yes, but look, I'm sorry. Analyze the impact to make sure it's efficient. This sentence is useless as such. Efficient, I have no idea what it means exactly. You're introducing a complex word, a sort of an empty word, which has many different meanings, without providing any clear point. So here,
what I said earlier is to analyze the impact and the cost. Efficiency is impact divided by cost. So if I say I analyze the impact and the cost to make sure it's efficient, I look at the impact and the cost and make sure that the efficiency is there. I don't think it's in this case.
Okay, why not? It's still, I do not disagree on the idea. Just in the way it is expressed, it's a bit vague. So here, if I understand, what you want to say is that there are two things we must have in mind when you speak of impact. So measuring the impact would be measuring the revenues generated by €1 spent in marketing, either in turnover or in market share. So we need to have some indicators, which could be turnover, so euros in turnover per euro spent, or market share increase by euro spent in marketing. Something like this. Could be anything else. But those are the two things that come to my mind. And here it's probably more explicit than what you said, which was quite general and vague. And it's the same idea, I think.
Sure.
So that's why I was mentioning early on, try to avoid those big words and expressions that are difficult to feed with something clear, or you need a long explanation, which you did, and which distracted you from your point, which is how to, what would work. Do you see my point? Maybe, yeah, you look a wee bit perplexed. So, sure. Speak in the mic, please, so everybody can hear. It doesn't matter.
Do you know some website or like a channel on YouTube where we can actually listen to rhetorical, conversations, so we can actually practice in that way also, like listening to others and understanding the structure?
That's a very good question. I've never really thought about it. But now that you said, I'll check. And if I find things, then I will send either emails or updates on the YouTube channel. But it's a very good point. Thank you for asking the question.
If we practice among each other, we do not have the right knowledge.
No, but at least when you practice with each other, with each other, you could react to one thing. Here, I'm not really sure what you were meaning. You're saying this. Not really sure what it meant. Okay, your point is okay, but I'm not clear with this particular point. So it will help for sure. And am I convinced? Am I not too convinced? Why? Why not? This is part of seeing where there may have been problem in your rhetorical approach or something. But I'll try to find if there are people you could follow on this, especially with content, structure, and timing. So this is a triple constraint, and where I'm not sure it will be easy to find. You're welcome. So, is it relatively clear for everybody with this one question? Is marketing necessarily too costly? So, what time is it? So it took us a wee bit more than 10 minutes, so 10 minutes plus some comments. So we made it. Next, I understood that none of you really worked on the other 3 questions. It doesn't matter. We'll try all together then. Let's try with the first one. Should employees be treated like corporate citizens? So, first definitions to make sure we speak of the same things, okay? Employees, so in a company, employees are subordinates, so they're subordinated to superiors, who are their managers, giving orders, instructions, and they are to execute. They can suggest things, but they have to execute. Their opinion is not necessarily taken into account. A corporate citizen, the concept of a citizen, is someone whose voice counts. Someone who's under the protection of blah, 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 but someone whose voice counts. So someone who can contribute more or less actively to decision making. Yes, please? Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
For me, another.
Yeah, and I'll take this one back before it gets lost.
For me, the definition of citizens would be someone who has rights and duties.
I agree. Yeah. Carry on. No, okay. Someone with rights and with duties.
I was thinking that would change the whole approach.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No.
That's it.
Okay. No. I agree. So being a citizen means that you've got rights and duties. One of your rights is the expression, the fact that your voice counts. So, especially in a democratic environment, etc. So, here, what we could say, I have two possible. So, I could say 2 possible things on this. I could say, yes, they could be treated to some extent like corporate citizens, but it is not always desirable or possible. In particular, corporate democracy is not really always possible. Or I could say, no, they should not exactly be treated like corporate citizens, but should be should be more included in corporate life and decision making. So it's two different approaches. So at the end of the day, you retain more or less the same idea, but my threshold is either rather yes or rather no. If I said rather yes, I would say if we consider contemporary, well, not just contemporary, it's about 20 years. If we consider the past 20 years discussions on corporate social responsibility, democracy, etc., blossoming, employee blossoming, well-being, etc. Yes, it is important that we listen to them, that their voice counts when they express something, that it should be taken into consideration in a way or another, right? And this is what we might find when we hear about, I'm sorry, I do not necessarily have a clear example now because I'm not fully prepared. So this could be a beginning for a 1A. 1B would be, and nowadays there are growing claims from unions in particular saying that corporates, that employees, given their contribution to the company, should be listened to. They're the people who know how the company is run, what works well, and then their opinion should count. And this is what unions are requesting. And this is something we more or less see in France with the yellow vests, where they want more democracy even on within business, and in Lebanon with the current revolution, where people want to be listened to in society and also in business, because they think they have something interesting and clever to say. 1B, right? But it's not always quite applicable, or it may be a sort of it should not be an utopia. 2A could be, yes, but they are not the ones who are directly, let's say, they're not the owners of the company in the first place. So if they have their say is probably subordinated to what those who ultimately decide would say, stakeholders and board members. They're here to serve the company, and the company is here to serve its owners. So their voice should not be taken into consideration beyond what is acceptable for corporate owners. And this is more or less what we find nowadays with, let's say, with clients, in particular with Air France, the French airline, where pilots want to recommend how the company should be run. And this contradicts what the stockholder, so the French government, but not just the French government, other companies partly owning Air France want. They do not necessarily want this company to be run this particular way. So if pilots want something, why not, provided it is acceptable from what we owners view as their position, as their how it should be run. Something like this, right? 2B. Even if, so, okay, there's this big limits, it's not totally acceptable, but we can include them in decision making, or make them sort of citizens, whereby we can consult them. It does not mean we will agree with them, but at least we know they have to express something. And we can have, as Toyota did in the 70s, have sort of boxes where people can put their ideas, and then those ideas are discussed on the board. Or we can do as with So the example is perhaps not the best one, but let's say as in cooperatives where they meet, there are general meetings where they can freely talk and express their ideas and views and submit a report which then is validated or not by the owners. But at least we know they express something and we may agree or disagree. Simple. Is this clear, isn't it? And with this, so it was not like a full presentation. It took me 8 minutes. Without a proper introduction, without a proper conclusion, without a proper, development of an example each time, but it fits within the time frame. We could say the opposite. Like I said, no, they should not. No, they should not be treated like corporate citizens unless we consider corporate citizenship is not understood in a too narrow way. So, we should not. No, they're not the owners of the company. They're not putting their money. They're not taking risk. So, no, they do not necessarily have the right to be heard as to how the company should be run. In a sense, not really. And this is more or less what we find in traditional businesses, in particular in family businesses, such as Michelin, for instance, where François Michelin, their father, decides and does not care about what other people would say. It's not his business. It's not his problem. He knows what he wants, full stop. Nowadays, with the increasing financialization of business, with increasing private ownership, with listing on the stock exchange, with the fact that we've got more and more stockholders, etc., there is little room, so less and less room for corporate citizenship and democracy, as we have stockholders who are more and more imposing what they want. And we can see this with the examples of those companies that regularly close down a factory in France or in any other country, although employees say, no, but this company, this factory works well, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking of one particular example, which was very eloquent 2 years ago, GM&S. It's an iconic company in the middle of France that was making components for cars and for aircrafts, and it was closed down by its stockholders because they wanted to relocate, and corporate citizens and employees were protesting, saying, no, we have our say, we should have a say. And the stockholders said, no, you do not have your say. You don't. You're not putting money, you're not taking risks in this. We are. 1A, 1B. Now 2, we should not, but it is inevitable listening to them or be conscious of what they may be expecting. 2B, if we do not treat them like corporate citizens at all, we are at risk of big problems. Social protests, strikes, which would be, at the end of the day, impede companies' profitability. Or, if we really do not listen to them, we may lose them. They may just quit. Let's take one emblematic, one iconic case. SNCF, you all know about this company, the French rail company. Each time management ignores what employees may suggest, there is, what is there? A big strike. And this strike costs each time hundreds of millions to this company. Likewise, when you consider a company, like it's a different option. So here I spoke of strikes, which are costly, but if you say we can lose employees, it's a different argument. Or if we do not take their point into consideration, then we might lose them, then they just quit. And then we can see that a company like formerly France Télécom, now Orange, has a problem. After the suicide wave we've had in the past 10 years, many engineers, highly qualified people, decided to leave because it was unbearable. And they left with their know-how, with their expertise, and went to the competitor, which is a loss for Orange. So Orange should probably have taken into consideration, to some extent, what their employees were suggesting. This is a second line of argument, right? Either or, not both. And 2B, what can we do to overcome this limit? So what solutions could we consider? Solutions could be, we could consider, let's say, fora, or places where employees can express themselves, express their ideas, express their problems, their demands through various forms of meetings where management would be invited. And we have this in places like this school, for instance, where staff is regularly invited by management to meetings to express their needs, their ideas, etc. It does not necessarily mean we would be listened to, but at least we can express this, and if we disagree, we can share it with management. This is one option. Or you could say we could organize initiatives from employees and be supportive of initiatives when they work well, and then commend such and such initiative. As with examples which are a project management-based company where projects that work well are commended with an award, with an internal award, which could be Employee of the Month or something, or which could be, let's say, I'm thinking of this institution where you might have a teaching awards, so the best teacher, where you could have an innovation awards for the most innovative person, which then could give some other ideas to others, and which could then be perceived as an acknowledgement of what those people have in mind. Does this make sense? Is it possible to be? Yes or no? So I have got no response, so I cannot guess. Yeah? Then let's try, can the risk of litigation affect decision making? In business, in organizations, of course. So here, litigation, the risk of litigation, it is the risk of being prosecuted, so going to court, and the risk of having to pay for legal fees and damages. That's the big risk, being condemned to something, sentenced to something that would be highly costly also. Decision making, here it would be, let's say, some directions we're taking, some ideas we are implementing, or processes we're implementing, or something. So far so good, with a brief definition out of the blue, right? Without 30-minute preparation, right? So, can this risk affect decision making? I would say yes, it can, but it should probably not affect it too much. I would say yes, it can. When we make, so here we can take a sort of philosophical approach, saying when we make a decision, whichever it is, When we say, I'll do this, I'll do that, we usually balance pros and cons, right? So we take possible risks into consideration with the increasing judicialization of society, where we go to court for everything and anything. It is a risk that indeed should be taken into consideration. A good example of this is Samsung. When they launched their Galaxy, I can't remember which one, their Galaxy, this smartphone was replicating Apple's iPhone technology. They knew it. They knew they would be possibly prosecuted. They knew that it would cost them more than $1 billion, at least in damages. But they took that risk knowingly. It was part of their business model. So, yes, it can affect. It can. Well, here it shows it can affect. At least we take it into consideration. But I could say it can affect negatively. I could say it can affect negatively by saying the risk of litigation can lead to immobilism, where we're so scared of what could happen that we prefer doing nothing. And this is something, and then I can refer to an article published in the Harvard Business Review recently, for a case where you had, in the US, in a US company, two colleagues, a male and a female, who had been working together for years, and one day the female was wearing a nice perfume, and the man told her, "Oh, you've got a nice perfume today." And what happened? She prosecuted him for sexual harassment, so litigation, and she won. So that, knowing this, when you're a man, you would probably not make the decision of complimenting a woman for her perfume, because there would be a risk, not just that you're prosecuted, but that you lose, right? So this is something you would take into consideration. Okay, I would probably not take that risk. It's not worth it. Mimicking Apple is a risk I can take. It's worth it. I can make more money than the fees I would pay if I'm caught. But complimenting a woman when I know that I can be prosecuted and I can lose, I would not take that risk. I can survive without taking that risk. Does this make sense? So here, so A1 could, so 1A could be either or, depending. Then 1B, what makes my position still valid today? Here I was saying that it is part, so risk of litigation is part of the whole thing, and we could say, well, not just can it affect decision making, but it is even part of decision making. It is part of the equation. It can be more and more part of the business model, including those legal fees you would pay. When you are a company like Paris Match, you all know Paris Match, don't you? No? The newspaper always taking beautiful pictures and stuff. No? You don't? Well, okay. Let's say you are the New Yorker. Okay? The newspaper, the New Yorker. You know that when you disclose anything, you are at risk of being prosecuted because you are saying something infamous on someone. Okay, so the person thinking, "Oh, I'm aggressed. It is unfair on me," like the New York. No, was it not the Wall Street Journal? The New York Times. I think the New York Times. I think was prosecuted recently by what is his name? Elon Musk, because they said he was bipolar, and that being bipolar was central to his decision-making. He prosecuted them, saying, "This is unfair, this ruins my reputation as a person." But The New Yorker, they took this into consideration as part of their business model. So it's part of our business model, taking this risk. So this risk is part of life, so we go for it. And if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. No problem. 2 is, yes, it does affect, but it should not overly affect. Here, 2A would be, could be. It does not, even if it affects decision making, so the risk of litigation is not always there. We're not always thinking of that risk. So there are either situations where the risk is so small that we do not need to consider it, or there are places, so it's a different line of argument. There are cultures or countries where this is not a problem, so we should not really take this into consideration. Where when we're in France, complimenting a woman for her perfume is not considered sexual harassment. So when we do, so when we want to compliment a woman, we should not consider here the risk of prosecution, as it is irrelevant here. In the US, we should, but here, no. So this means we should consider it when it's relevant, and it's not always relevant. 2B, solutions. Solutions could be, how can we consider that this risk is relevant and should affect our decision making? So we should be conscious of precedents in the same situation. Have others, but us, in this situation, been exposed to risk, and how has it affected them? So how should we balance it? So we should balance it by not considering the risk in itself, but the plausibility of this risk given precedents. In France, do we have precedents of sexual harassment because we complimented a woman having a nice perfume? No. In Italy, do we? No. In Britain, do we? Somehow. So when we're in France and Italy, it's irrelevant. When we're in Britain, cautious. Cautious, which means look closely at the hierarchical position. So is there any risk of ambiguity or not? Is there anything else in the discussion or not? In the US, it's clear. It is sexual harassment, whatever happens. So let's see if there are precedents. But that's one possible way of then treating this exam question. So in a tweet, I would say, can it? Of course it can. The growing increasing litigation in society and in business leads to this context. But it should not overly affect decision making, or it should pertinently affect decision making. And then we're done. Does this make sense? Is it clear? Yes, please. You could. So I didn't think about it right now because I spoke, as I organized my structure as I spoke. But when you take your time to think about it, if you have academic references coming to your mind, yes, please do. Here, academic references on risk could be Kahneman and Tversky saying, and it could be on the definition of risk. So litigation risk. The risk, according to economist or psychologist Kahneman and Tversky, who are, by the way, Nobels 2002. So according to them, risk is the probability that an event occurs, that an unpleasant event occurs. The risk of litigation, if we expand their thought, is the probability that we would be prosecuted and that we would lose in court. So The risk of litigation is the probability of being involved in something unpleasant and that would be costly, according to them. So this is something you can do in the definition here. You can also bring such line of argument in the development. When I first spoke of the increasing litigation in society and business, I could refer to some sociologists working on the increasing presence of judges in our lives, and recently, let's say we could say Giddens, for instance. So Anthony Giddens, who would say that we've got more and more rules and regulations to embrace and by which you must abide, and the sanction is always there if we don't. So, of course, we are more and more exposed in society to being caught if we do not abide by certain regulations. So now we no longer treat things amicably, peacefully, but we spontaneously go to court. So Anthony Giddens would say that. And then this can be part, indeed, of the argument. So to answer your question, of course, you can bring some academic references if you have some that come to your mind at that time, when you do your preparation. If you don't, then do not force yourself. In 30 minutes preparation, we would not expect you to do something as detailed as Chin's word in 6 weeks preparation, as they did before. Clear enough for this example? Next, should the public sector be run like a private company? Any idea? No idea? Okay, so let's try this way. Briefly defining the public sector. So the public sector is comprised of all those organizations serving the public in the service of citizens. That is, organizations that supposedly deal with what affects citizens' day-to-day life. Not necessarily organizations involved in activities that are commercial, supposedly. But we have, of course, some administration, public administration, but we also have some public companies. So publicly owned companies, state-owned companies, which then leads to the question of private companies. The private companies, privately owned, with the idea of being profitable, which means that we are profit-oriented, right? So should the public sector be run like a private company which is profit-oriented? My spontaneous answer would be rather not. The public sector in its philosophy is not compatible with that of a private company, but can take inspiration of good things in private companies. That is, first, 1A. So my position is rather not, right? 1A would be, in its essence, the public sector is not meant to be profitable so that it cannot be run with that logic. When we deliver, so when we have, when we send the army, as last week, to Mali, so to Africa, to maintain peace, we're not expecting this to be profitable. It will be necessarily costly, but it's important to protect our citizens, to protect peace, to protect people. So no, here I would not expect this to be run like a private company. If it was the case, then nobody would go at war. Nobody would protect people at war. right? 1A. 1B, what makes my position valid, still valid today, is that we've got a public sector which precisely takes things over that are left by private companies precisely because they're not profitable. So someone has to do those things that are not profitable, such as, let's say, building roads, building schools, building hospitals. It is not profitable. So should the public sector then be run like a private company? No, because private companies deal with what is profitable, the public sector also with things that are not. So even nowadays, where we see massive plans and we'll have a very recent example, in Wuhan, in China, with the virus, where public authorities decided in 10 days to build a hospital without recourse to private sector companies. No, it's not profitable. If we were just focusing on profit, we would let those people die. Too costly treating them. As we're not in the public sector driven by profit, yes, we care. Right? And with a recent example that I think makes sense to everybody, to you obviously, but is it clear to non-Chinese students what I said about the virus in Wuhan and the erection of hospitals? So yes or no? So I know you're a bit tired, it's been nearly 5 hours, but was it clear or not? If not, then I can re-explain. So I just need a reaction, whichever it is. Pardon? It was clear. Okay, good. Thank you. Then, second part. It should not be run entirely like a private company, but there are features of management in a private company that could be useful. So, this means that we cannot run anything at a loss. So, we need at least to know how much money. So, we need to have, say, not cost control to make sure how much things cost, and we must also have records of performance, how good we are at doing the things we're doing, even if they're not profitable. In private companies, we've got performance management systems where we can set objectives, define and measure, and then measure output and compare with variance analysis. Here in the public sector, we could. In the case of the coronavirus and this epidemic, a sort of performance management could be on how fast the virus has been confined. So how fast have people been detected? How fast have been people treated? How many people have been treated out of the number of people detected? We need to have such measures which are inspired by the private sector, setting objectives, looking at outcomes, at results, comparing and trying to find solutions. Right? Which means that's two, it would be, well here I'm sorry, it was more the 2B than the 2I. The 2I would probably be we can't just consider no controls, no management because it's a public sector. Sorry, it was the 2I. So for I'm getting back to 2A. So 2I, it's not because we're the public sector. It's not because we are serving the public. It's not because we're not run for profits, but that we must necessarily be run at a loss. And it's not because of this that we also could do everything and anything. We must have some controls, at least. Some boundaries, blah, blah, blah. Which is more or less the core of discussions in most Western European countries on privatization in the public sector and reform of the public sector, and which is also the core of what we call new public management, importing management tools from the private sector to the public sector, starting where? In Sweden, which is the country where the public sector is the most developed and advanced. And this is the country where they have implemented tools coming from the private sector, which means that we cannot leave the public sector entirely uncontrolled and entirely free of doing everything and anything. The private sector can be inspiring. And to be is what I said just before. Would this be clear? As examples? I know it's a bit late. I mean, late. It's been 5 hours nearly. You're a bit tired. I have two options for you. Either we can continue and try to see how we could devise questions, so you see how you could get prepared, or if you want, because I covered what I needed to cover with you, or if you want, we can stop for now. It's really as you prefer. So I'm here anyway. So I mean, I'm here, so if you want to stay, I'll stay and we can keep going. If you have enough, then we can stop. It's really as you prefer. So here you're supposed to react, saying, oh, we want to leave, or no, we want to continue, or we're dead, so we can continue with our corpses. So no response, no reaction, so I do not know what it means. Pardon? No, I covered everything. So as we have now, if you want 1 more hour, during that extra hour, we can try to see with with some more exam questions, we can try to see how to devise our exam questions. We can go further if you want, knowing that everything I needed to cover for this morning has been covered already. So if you want to continue, I'm happy to continue. If you want to stop, no problem at my end. Just bear in mind, it is important you try to practice as much as you can following this triple advice I gave you. First, try to devise your own exam questions from what you can see on the news. Second, try to simulate this with peers, with classmates or grand mémoire mates. And third, try to force yourself to speak of things in 2 parts, so 2 sections, 2 subsections, just to get used to this way of doing. Try as much as possible to really appropriate the typical structure I recommend. This session is being recorded and it should be replayable, so the 5 hours something will be replayable. But on the YouTube channel, you've got short videos, like I said, for each of the themes we addressed. So if there is anything which was not totally clear this morning, hopefully by viewing those videos on the YouTube channel, you should have clearer ideas. Right? So I'm staying here. If you leave, you leave, no problem. I'll leave after you anyway. Really, I will not leave first. So if you want to stay and further discuss, we can. Yes, please. Okay, by email. Let's take 5 minutes, okay, or something. I suggest, so hang on. Let's do this. Let's try this so you see the same as me. Let's try this. So here, oh, look. Here we see Airbus ran massive bribery scheme to win orders. We have here an article dealing with this, right? We could try something like, is it acceptable that companies be involved in bribery to win orders? Yeah? So here is a scandal. But as the company was involved, it means that management was considering it is acceptable. Here it is a scandal, it's on the news, so it means we consider there is a problem. So here, is it acceptable that a company be involved in bribery to win orders? Here is one way of devising an exam question from a newspaper article. Let's try with others so you see how we can do. I said about 5 minutes, now it's 1 minute left, so gone. We cut staff as it feels pressure of US and UK expansion. Interesting. Here we've got a company, OYO, that made people redundant to finance its expansion in Britain and in the US. So we could say, can corporate expansion be done without employees? Or are employees really necessary to corporate expansion? This is another exam question that can be devised just from this newspaper article. Let's try with some more. IBM turns technologist chief for cloud computing battle. Warren Buffett's lessons for companies keep candid. So you do not know Warren Buffett, so I will not mention. Investors give up stocks for bonds despite frothy returns. Here is it worth investing in bonds when the yield is negative? It's not exactly a finance topic. It is partly finance, but the idea is it worth buying bonds when interest is negative, when pi is negative, when it costs you money? This is one possible topic. Pension crisis, US seeks to cite flawed state benefit system. Here, we can have two or three possible questions with this. So from, pension crisis, this one. One could be, should a bankrupt company be bailed out? Should a bankrupt country be bailed out? Can or should pensions be state managed, publicly managed? This is another possible topic that we devised from just a newspaper article. Just here the heading. And I said 5 minutes. I still have 2 minutes to go, so I'll try another couple of ones so you see. French retailer sued for 11 million by Comet Liquidator. This one is very close to what I said earlier on about litigation risk. We had something on the gambling industry. Private equity. Woodford Income Focused Fund to reopen in February. No. Coronavirus. Automobiles. Magic Labs, mobile business, strict leaves analysts struggling to keep up. So the best deals on interest-free overdrafts. Yeah, here something on the best deals of interest-free overdrafts. Should a budget always be balanced? Public budget, or should a corporate budget always be balanced? That's a question that could be based on this. An overdraft is when you owe money to your bank because you're spending more than what you have. So the question is, should we always spend less than what we have, or strictly what we have? Or can we spend more than what we have? So more or less. And just a very last one, and then I'll let you go. It means satellite TV viewers may miss Super Bowl. Here we've got something on telecom, so in satellites and stuff. We've got something also on popular culture, sports. So something like should sports events, major sport events, be a public good? Just for your information, so in France in particular, tennis and Tour de France are considered common goods. So they're broadcast by public channels. And here there was a question 2 years ago as to whether it could be sold to private channels. But if it is sold to private channels, to cable TV, it means it's no longer a public good. So the question could be here, are sport events a public good? That's a possible topic. And then any of the topics I mentioned would borrow from things you might have seen in geopolitics, a bit from finance, a bit from marketing, a bit from strategy. And some topics are more HR related, but not all of them. So is this relatively clear how you can devise your own exam questions? I mean, preparation questions. You look perplexed. But is it a bit clearer than it was before when I just said try? Yeah? Right, so if you want to leave, you can leave, of course. If you want to stay, you can stay. I will terminate the streaming. So thank you very much for those who've been there. So I've got 5 who are still with us online. So thank you very much. I'm finishing with the streaming, hoping that it's been viewable online for those who need to. So thank you very much for attending and good luck.